Chapter 1. The First Drink. The dead are loudest in clear water. In a motel sink at midnight, they crowd the porcelain like gulls, mouths moving under the skin, hands reaching for taps they cannot turn. In the rain on a windshield, they spell names in rivulets that only one driver can read. In the ice of a glass, they lean close, cheeks pressed, blue as breath held too long. Evan learned the grammar of it by accident and finished the lesson on purpose. He learned what every drunk learns in the holy privacy of a bad idea. The stronger the proof, the quieter the proof. Whiskey is merciful. Vodka is a lie. Too clean, lets too many faces through. Gin lets flowers in with the bodies, and that's worse. Rum reminds him of one night on a pier, and a voice he has trained himself not to hear. Tonight it's whiskey in a small town bar that smells like fried salt and mopped fear. The sign outside says "Last Light" in hand-painted cursive, as if the town is proud of winning a race to the horizon. A TV over the bottles mouths a game, with the sound off. The bartender wipes a glass in slow circles and studies himself in the curve as if trying to remember who he was before midnight. When Evan sits, the dead tilt toward him as one organism with many eyes. He keeps his hands in his pockets and the collar of his coat high and orders with the voice you use for doctors and cops and women who could ruin you. Whiskey. Whatever isn't watered down. You're new, the bartender says, because this is a town and that is his job. Just passing through. Evan says, because this is any town and that is his lie. The first sip is a sacrament. Heat. Then quiet. The mirror behind the bottles unfogs. The ice cube quits singing names. The gray woman in the corner booth flickers and becomes upholstery again. The little boy near the jukebox, neck at an angle people don't wake from, turns his face away as if embarrassed to be seen. Evan's shoulders go down an inch. He breathes. The bartender, misreading relief as appreciation, pours 2 fingers more. The game's on, the bartender offers. I can tell, Evan says. They're losing wrong. A woman 2 stools down makes a sound that almost wants to be a laugh and thinks better of it. She's nursing a beer she doesn't like, one hand around the neck, as if it were a leash. Dark hair pulled back without ceremony, a white scar cutting the left eyebrow like the memory of a door. Her coat is the expensive kind you buy after something bad and then keep because you can't afford another bad. Who are you running from? She asks without hello, eyes on the TV's closed captions. It should be a flirt. It lands like Tria. Myself. Evan says, because honesty is a parlor trick around whiskey. And something with better shoes. She considers his face the way you look at a map before you decide to be lost. You talk like a man who tried therapy and it told you to drink water. Water's the problem, he says, too fast, and tips his glass to stop himself from explaining. Her gaze flicks to the melting ice. You one of those cleanse guys. I don't do clean, Evan says. He offers a hand, then remembers what hands collect. He sets it flat on the bar, like surrender instead. Evan. She doesn't take the hand. She takes the name carefully, like something with teeth. Marin, she says, then tilted. Yes, like the water. Get your jokes out now. I'm off water humor, he says. Lucky me, she says, and motions at the bartender for a whiskey of whatever isn't watered down. The bartender, then, according to the chalkboard where specials go to be forgiven, hesitates. You're on shift, he says. Marin shows him the beer. She isn't drinking. I'm off, she says, and drains the bottle because sometimes you have to finish a thing to quit it. You work here, Evan says, filing the detail under don't get attached. I do, she says. Nights. Days I talk to teenagers about sex, drugs, and the ocean. Health teacher. Busy portfolio, he says. It's one subject, she says. People just pretend it's 3. She studies his glass. So, water's the problem. He thinks about lying. The dead in the mirror behind the bottles lean forward, eager. Fans at a meet and greet they paid too much for. One of them, the man with the slicked hair and the wound he keeps insisting is a part, puts his palm flat against the glass in the old oath. Evan feels the temperature drop through the wood. I see things, he says, very quietly, because loud makes it real in rooms with acoustics like this. Places where people got stuck. They like reflective surfaces.
I like mine, Claudi.
Marin does not laugh. She does not back away. She looks at the mirror and sees nothing and then back at him and sees something, and that is worse. When did it start? He could say always. He could say after the pier. He could say a name and pay for it with the rest of his night. A while, he says. What are you running from? She asks again, gentler, like a nurse finding a vein. Her shoulder brushes his and static lifts his skin. The ghost boy at the jukebox straightens a fraction, as if he's heard a bell. Debt, Evan says. He means a promise. He means a night when the water was loud, and a woman said wait, and he said I can't, and the ocean said then I will. He means the Polaroid in his wallet he never looks at because time remembers itself too well. Same, Marin says, and salutes him with the fresh whiskey Ben gives her, rebellious and doomed to debt. They drink. The door opens and a gust of December moves through with a man attached. He's young enough to forgive by reflex, cheeks raw with a country boy cold, hat in hands because he was taught to take it off. He stands there like a lighthouse had turned to look at him, and he forgot how to be human while being seen. Marin, he says, please. Ben goes still the way decent men do when a bad story arrives on feet. Peter, Marin says, tired as wind.
No.
You won't answer your phone, Peter says, as if phones are treaties. I'm off, Marin says again, and this time there is iron in it and a kind of apology, too, and something that knows too much about off. Peter puts the hat back on because it turns his hands into a task. Got it, he says to the hat. Then to Evan, because men are taught to resent whoever is nearest when a door closes. We're together. Were, Marin says. Grammar matters. There is a flash beside Peter's left ear, a tiny mirror made of nothing, the size of a coin, a dead woman's face pressed to it like a fish to aquarium glass. She looks wet, which is accurate in a way Evan hates. She mouths something that water distorts 3 syllables, could be anyone's name, could be Marin if you want to bleed. Don't, Evan says. He is on his feet without remembering standing. His knuckles are white in the air as if holding a rope from a man in a well. Peter blinks at him. Don't what? Say her name, Evan says. You'll bring her in. The bar makes the respectful silence of people about to call the police. Marin's eyes narrow by a degree and then soften, not at him, at what he's telling himself with his mouth. Sit down, Ben says to Evan, gently, like a node in a hymn. I should go, Peter says. This was. The little mirror beside his ear pops like a bubble. Water slides in a line down the side of Peter's face and leaves nothing, not even wet. The boy by the jukebox puts both hands to his throat and remembers something. Evan wants to crawl into a bottle and sleep on the bottom for a week. Fine, Marin says to Peter, and to the room, and to Evan, and to a god she has decided to ignore. We're closed. She takes the bottle and 4 shot glasses and the heavy roll-up key for the gate and nods toward the back. Evan, if you're going to have a breakdown, do it in the kitchen where it won't ruin my floor. He follows because he doesn't trust his legs to do anything else. The small back room is grease and calendar, and the smell of lemons failing. A mop bucket holds a reflection of the fluorescent that looks like a separate light. Evan doesn't look down. Marin pours 2 shots and leaves the bottle sweating between them. Okay, she says. Try again. Leave out the romance. Tell me the shape of your monster. He puts his hands flat on the stainless table. The metal shows him a bright, clean version of his own face and a dozen darks behind it. He keeps his eyes on her. It's not one monster, he says. It's the backlog. They want witnesses, or they want warmth, or they want to know if the door locks on their side. I see them because he stops, because the part after because is a confession and you should not hand those to strangers with good shoulders. Because, she says, quick, teach her fast. You survived something you shouldn't have, and now you think you owe interest. He flinches and hides it with the shot. Heat. Quiet. The mop bucket remembers how to be a circle instead of a mouth. You're not wrong. About me, she says, and drinks hers and doesn't cough. Not about you. You don't get to write your whole story in other people's blood. He almost smiles. Occupational hazard. What's the occupation? On paper, architectural survey. I measure rooms. I tell people where their walls end. He nods toward the floor. Off paper, I tell the dead to wait their turn. She looks at the mop bucket, then at him. How's that going? They don't have calendar apps, he says. He lets himself smile and is shocked at how the face remembers. The smile hurts, which means it's real. You? On paper?
Health teacher, she says.
Off paper, I stand between kids and the ocean and say no until they learn to say it themselves. She looks down now, into the bucket, and for a second her face changes, new light, like a person seeing herself in a mirror she didn't agree to. She puts a hand to her chest, and the moment passes. Some of them listen. And some don't, he says, softer than he intends. And some don't, she echoes, softer than she wants. They look at each other a second too long for people who aren't doing a thing. The kitchen hums. In the bar, Ben's voice is calm and firm the way fathers practice in mirrors. Peter's boots make the sound of leaving and of men who want to pretend they left first. A siren gets lost in the distance and decides to keep going. Do you see her now? Marin asks, as if asking whether rain is still rain when you're indoors. Not directly, Evan says. He is careful with the word her. Words traffic. I see a lot of her in everything that reflects. Lucky me, Marin says, and this one is a joke, brave as a dare. He picks up the bottle and tips it toward her glass and freezes. Her reflection in the stainless table is slow. Not like a bad TV. Not like a dream. Like a tide. A beat behind reality, arriving with interest. Marin lifts her glass in the air you can breathe. Marin in steel lifts hers in the air you can drown in. She turns her head here, in the metal. Her eyes stay, and then follow like a late apology. Evan's stomach drops in the old elevator of panic. He knows the rules. Don't engage, don't name, don't play the repeat game in rooms with edges. He should leave. He should be a man who says thank you for the whiskey, and I have to, and then goes to a motel and drowns the windows. Marin is watching him watch the metal. Don't tell me to stand very still, she says. I hate men who tell me that. You're behind yourself, he says, and here's how useless it is as advice. Don't look. She looks. Of course she looks. We are raccoons. We are drawn to shiny things that might be our doom. She watches herself lag, eyes widening in both worlds. The Marin in the steel puts her glass down deliberately, while the Marin in the room is still holding it. She makes a face, not hers. Older.
Sadder.
The face of a woman who has waited too long at a window. What do I do? Marin asks to the room, to him, to the whole category of not ghost. Drink, he says, because he is a coward who learned one trick and built a religion around it. She drinks.
Heat. Quiet.
The stainless catches up with the world in a lazy, contemptuous sigh. Marin sets the glass down and looks at him like he has either saved her from a small embarrassment or failed her in a terrible way. Maybe both. You ever think you're not escaping, she says, so much as changing which thing you're trapped under. All the time, he says, and stomachs the end of his shot because shame is easier when it burns. Ben knocks once and sticks his head in. You good? He asks, to both and neither. He spots the steel reflection and looks at anything else. We're closed. Peter left a hat. He'll be back to collect whatever he thinks came with it. Tell him to burn it, Marin says. I'll put it in the back, Ben says. Thanks, Evan says, because politeness is the only weapon some nights. He looks at Marin. If I leave, the room will stay quieter. If I stay, everything in it will learn my face. You're not that interesting, she says. It is kind. It is not true. He reaches for his wallet, and she shakes her head at money like a person tired of being tipped for saving lives badly. You can pay me by answering the question you dodged, she says. Who are you running from? The kitchen light flickers. In the mop bucket, the fluorescent ages 5 years and coughs. Evan closes his eyes. He tells the truth to the only person in the room who might use it kindly or not at all. Her name is Anna, he says. And if I say it too, often the ocean remembers the rest. Marin's face does the thing women's faces do when they are calibrating empathy to the size of the wound. She takes a breath, then another, the way you teach a kid to count lightning. You can say it here, she says. I won't be a door. He doesn't say it again. He doesn't have to. The bucket is listening. The steel is listening. His teeth are listening. Okay, she says when he says nothing. Then don't. Then we'll say something else. She lifts the empty glass and, instead of cheers, says, stay. He wants to. God, he wants to. The dead want him to. Witnesses love a pinned moth. The town wants him to because small towns are hungry for new hurts. The kitchen wants him because rooms remember. He puts a 20 under the bottle anyway and stands. If I stay, he says, it gets interested. It already is, she says. Her reflection is on time now. Her eyes are their own. Come back tomorrow and booze up my kitchen again then. We'll bore the dead to death. That's not how that works, he says, and she smiles a real, unpretty smile that reaches the scar. I'm very persuasive, she says. He leaves because that's his one skill. He steps into the cold, and the town looks like all towns at this hour. Lit at the edges, darkness in the middle, a dog with opinions 2 blocks over. He walks past a window, and his face doubles. In the glass, a wet hand prints itself, 5 long fingers, then slides down the pane and leaves no streak. Not tonight, he says. It writes a word in the fog of his own breath. Wait. He keeps walking because he knows the second part of that sentence, and he is not ready to read it aloud. Chapter 2, Dry County. Mornings are the worst because water remembers first. Evan woke in a rented room where the shower head coughed like an old man changing his mind. The mirror above the sink had been wiped with something that smelled like lemons and guilt. He let the faucet run until the cold steadied. Faces gathered in the silver like commuters at a late train, their mouths full of sentences that hadn't been said in time. He set a plastic cup beneath the stream and watched the surface tremble. A woman drifted up, hair in ropes, eyes bright with the particular enthusiasm of the newly dead. She pressed her cheek to the cup's skin like a child to a window and mouthed tell. Evan dumped the cup into the toilet and flushed twice. The woman's face elongated and spun, graceful as seaweed, and was gone. Housekeeping, he said to the room with the soft humor of a man stalling at a gallows. He dressed without looking at the mirror again. The Polaroid in his wallet slid against the leather like a trapped fish. He didn't touch it. He could recite the photo from memory anyway. A pier at low tide, 2 cups of cheap coffee, a woman's profile daring the horizon to answer. He found a diner, because you always can. It had the pleasant rot of places that ought to be condemned and have instead learned to be loved. The waitress called him honey without eye contact like a truce. He asked for coffee and then remembered and added, decaf. Baby, she said, pitying and amused. Decaf is a rumor. I've been living on those, he said. She poured something that resembled kindness in a cup and slid him a glass of water with a wedge of lemon skulking on the rim. He moved the water to the far edge of the table. In the window, he could see the street flipped and softened. The glass wrote wait in steam polite as a note on a neighbor's windshield. He put his palm over the word like a teacher covering answers. It warmed under his skin. The letters faded like a sulk. Tourist? The waitress asked, putting down a plate with eggs that looked resigned to their fate.
Survey work, he said.
Measuring rooms. Measure this one for me, she said, hands on hips, smiling at a joke she'd made every 3rd day since 1999. He looked around. The room held 17 souls, 3 of them more committed to being here than to being alive. The water carafe on the counter breathed like a sleeping animal. A boy by the window was trying to teach a baby to clap. The baby stared at his hands like he'd been given 2 pets and no instructions. It's bigger than it looks, Evan said. The corners have opinions. You're not wrong, she said and moved on. He lasted 2 cups. Outside, the gulls worked their economy, consulting one another like crooked accountants. He walked the harbor road and did not look at the water. A pair of fishermen were arguing about rain like it was a person who kept showing up to their parties. The wind hurried past his ears with news it refused to repeat. He almost made it past the bait shop when the smell got him. Brine and iron and a note like coins sucked into a garbage disposal.
He stopped.
The dead don't ask to be witnessed. They show. The shop's host spooled limp beside a drain clogged with scales that looked like sequins trying not to be beautiful. A boot print darkened the wet concrete. Inside it, water collected and stood up. A child's face made of 2 tablespoons, eyes wide with the indignity of physics. Don't. Evan told it, because it helps no one, and he couldn't help himself. The watermouth said ma, and rippled with the weight of a vowel. The word hit him in the breastbone like a thrown ball you don't see coming. He stepped back and the face crumpled, the puddle flattening into the persuasive lie of an ordinary wet footprint. Someone laughed behind him, soft, surprised.
He turned.
Marin, a paper grocery bag against her hip, wind finding the escaped strands in the dark knot of her hair. She had sunglasses on despite the gray, the universal hangover flag. A thin silver hoop through one ear winked like a buoy. Field trip, she asked. Professional hazard, he said. He could see her reflection in a shop window, on time. He let go of some breath. The kid by the jukebox last night came in early, she said, apropos of the bruise under his voice. Ben made him hot chocolate and taught him how to change a keg. He says sometimes he can't remember what his neck knows. Feels better when his hands are busy. Useful theology, Evan said. The bay exhaled. He didn't look. You eat, she asked. Negotiate, he said, nodding at the diner behind them.
Decaf.
I'm a 1 coffee woman, she said, tilting the bag. Grief club at noon. Church basement, stale cookies, older women who love you hard and badly, teenagers who don't talk. You're invited if you promise to sit in the back and not try to fix anybody with your face. I have other faces for that, he said. You have one face, she said, and he liked the way she said have, as if possession were a fragile favor. They walked without saying they were walking together. The harbor smelled like the past 15 years. A charter boat bobbed with the jaunty confidence of a man who lies about his height. A gull landed on a piling and performed a speech at no one. The water kept up a quiet commentary in his peripheral hearing, like a radio in another room you can't quite turn off. You ever try sober? Marin asked, not judgmental. Curious the way a scientist is curious about a frog that refuses to jump. For 10 months last year, he said. It was loud. I got good at towels. I moved to the desert. The faucets there have less to say. How'd that end? She asked. I ran out of desert, he said.
Ah, she said.
Sorry about Peter, he added, which was tactless and honest.
Me too, she said.
He thinks a future is a jar you can hold out and fill with the present. He's not wrong. He's not right either. They reached the squat brick of the church annex as a herd of folding chairs were being coaxed into a circle by a woman in a cardigan that had become a uniform by accident. The basement smell came up the stairwell, coffee, wax, old books, the kind of clean that comes from hot water and hands.
You don't have to, Marin said.
I've been to worse basements, he said. Inside, the circle was filling with ghosts of a different kind. No one looked directly at anyone. Grief makes a hassid out of a town. Marin took her place against the far wall like a chaperone at a school dance. A boy with a skateboard sat too close to the exit. A woman in a medical scrub top clenched a paper cup, as if the styrofoam could be a bone. Evan stayed at the back. The coffee urns lined the wall like old soldiers. He pretended to consider the cookies and let the voices settle. My husband says I should be over it, someone said. I told him my son hasn't called, and my body knows that before phones do. I dreamed his shoes, someone else said. Not him, just the sound they made on bleachers. Sometimes I think the water is a mother, an older woman offered. The silence after was not agreement. She added, almost jaunty, a bad one. The phrases pulled at him the way undercurrent does, gentle, patient, certain of the physics it can afford to be. He kept his hands in his pockets and counted breaths the way a man counts steps over a cliff in the dark. Anyone new? The cardigan woman asked, kind as a knife wrapped in cake. Eyes slid and avoided. Evan felt them bounce off him and move on. A teenage girl with blunt bangs did the brave thing and lifted her chin. I lost my aunt, she said. She was the kind of aunt who says you can live in her house when you break up with people. I never lived there. I just like knowing. She bit her lip. She didn't drown. She just stopped using her name, I think. Facebook still sends me her birthday. Marin didn't look at him, and he loved her for not. He stared at the urns. The water inside them was hot enough to keep faces from forming. Steam lifted and wrote nothing.
Blessed-ful.
A phone buzzed quietly and was silenced with a guilty thumb. The room breathed together and fell apart in little, merciful ways. Evan let the voices wash over and then through. When the circle broke, he slipped out like an afterthought. Marin found him under the exit sign, the red letters always dimmer in day.
You did good, she said.
I didn't speak, he said. That's what good looks like in there, she said. You don't add your hurt to the pile. You carry a corner of the rug. He almost laughed. I hate rugs. You hate corners, she said, not unkind. Come by tonight. I'll pay you in fries to look at the walk-in. The seal sweats like a liar, and Ben thinks he hears whistling. Whistling is bad, he said. I figured, she said.
8.
He nodded, and then, because he is not a man built for gifts he doesn't deserve, he said, I might not. You might, she said. Either way, I'll be there. He spent the afternoon not drinking at it. The motel TV offered him the dying planet in high definition. He walked the bluffs without getting close enough to make good television. He sat on a bench facing a statue of a fisherman whose left boot had been vandalized with a heart and the word MOM. He did not cry. Tears are freshwater. He was not that brave. At 7:40, he was standing across the street from Last Light like a man scoping a bank. Through the window, he could see Ben rearranging bottles with the exhausted precision of a penitent, Marin carrying a tray like a low-flying bird. A couple argued in the corner with the careful politeness of people who might go home together if they aren't careful. The gray woman in the corner booth from last night was upholstery again. The boy with the bad neck was not there. Evan's mouth tasted like nickel. He crossed anyway. Seal singing, Ben said by way of greeting. You ever hear rubber cough? It's this. Evan ducked into the back. The walk-in store was a white mouth with a bad overbite. He pressed his ear to the seam and heard a thin hiss like a stranger in a hallway. He dragged a finger along the gasket. It left dew on his skin that didn't feel like water. Cooler, meaner, as if a thought had condensed. This is going to be a weird sentence, he said. Do you have flour? Kitchen, Marin said, unbothered now by the fact that the man she'd invited brought ghosts and strange requests. She handed him a bag like a prop in a magic act. He dusted the seam. The powder clung and then, slowly, puckered, little valleys forming where breath escaped. The pattern made a mouth wide as a hand, small indentations like fingers. Ben swore like a man who has had a long day and just learned his walk-in has opinions. It's nothing, Marin said automatically, as if trying to lie on for fit. It's a mouth, Evan said. It learns yours whenever you open this. Don't open it unless you have to. If you do, don't say. He bit the word off. Our names, she supplied, and put her hand on the latch with tired defiance. I have to tonight. Then we make it someone else's problem, he said. He peeled off his jacket, wrapped it over the latch like a mitten around cold metal. It hears the cloth. It won't hear your mouth. Ben blinked at him. You know things I hate knowing. I'll write a manual, Evan said. Step 1. Don't invite your door to dinner. Marin smiled in that unpretty way he trusted. Fries, she said, payment. You stay. I shouldn't, he said. I make rooms interesting. Rooms were interesting before you, she said. You're just good at noticing. She poured him a whiskey he hadn't asked for and set it near his hand like a dare. Besides, I owe you for the flower trick. That's professionalism. He didn't pick up the glass. He let it be a mirror with blurred edges. In it, his face looked like a man deciding to be kind to himself for an hour. The ice sighed names he didn't listen to. The whiskey smelled like a decision. Okay, he said. It was good until it wasn't. They found a rhythm you can mistake for peace. Orders, the shush of the soda gun, The joke that gets told so often it becomes part of the structure like a beam. He tasted a fry that burned his tongue and liked being punished. Marin called him sir once by accident and corrected to Evan like a secret. At 10, Peter came back for his hat. He stood in the doorway with the storm behind him, hat in both hands like a child admitting to a broken window. He looked past Evan, not at him, and found Marin with the cruel accuracy of men in love who have not yet learned not to aim. "Please," he said, the words shaped like sobering. "Just not forever. Just until I'm not this." Marin shook her head. No drama left. "Sit," she said, and he did because her tone was still his religion. She poured water and set it in front of him. "Drink slowly. Then you go home." Peter picked up the glass, and the storm inside it remembered him. Water crawled up the inside in a slick spiral like ivy. His knuckles whitened. He stared at it, entranced, as if the glass had said his name in a voice he trusted. "Peter," Marin warned. The glass whispered. Evan couldn't hear the word, only the consonants, soft and wet. The lights flickered once like a building rolling its eyes. The walk-in hissed. Evan was moving without deciding. He put his hand over Peter's, not on the glass, for once he had learned that lesson. Over the hand holding it. Warm skin. His own pulse. He said, not loud, not commanding, the word he'd promised himself he wouldn't steal from another life. "Stay." Peter blinked, and the spiral broke like a flirtation. The water retreated, offended. He set the glass down and stared at Evan like a man grateful to his jailer. "Who are you?" he asked, less angry than the first time, which is progress and its own trap. "Someone who hates towels," Evan said, and took his hand back slowly, giving the glass back its loneliness. He stepped away. His own blood pounded like a man at a door. Marin blew out a breath and didn't thank him, because gratitude builds debts, and she was on a budget. "Home," she told Peter. Peter nodded, stood, put the hat on like armor, and left. Marin didn't watch him go. Ben did, with the sadness of fathers. "He'll be okay," Evan said, which was the right lie. At last call, the bar thinned to its bones. Ben turned chairs on tables like birds roosting. The walk-in coughed and stopped. Marin rolled her neck and cracked something that sounded like relief. "Come on," she said low. "I'll walk you." And the word walk did not scare him as it had when a pier was involved. Outside, the town had put on its winter theater, the small dramatics of fog and lamp. The street gleamed with a thin skin. The water had sent an envoy to the pavement. Evan's motel neon buzzed with promises it didn't keep. Marin's breath smoked like a warning, and then a benediction. "You can say her name," she said finally, when the door to the bar latched and the night was the only eavesdropper. "It's not a door with me." He put his hands in his coat pockets like a child put in timeout. The Polaroid stabbed his knuckles with its square, insistent as a truth. He watched his breath go out and return as ghost. He stared at the slick street and saw a woman's reflection standing in the wet where no one stood, hair like ropes, eyes bright with a very old question. "Anna," he said, and the street did not open, and the water did not cheer, and Marin did not become a mouth. The name hung between them like a lantern. "She yours?" Marin asked gently. "She was a person," he said. "We were in the same room when the tide came. I ran. I said I'd come back when the wave dropped, and the wave didn't." He laughed, brittle and a little insane. "You'd think that would be the thing that haunts me. It's not. It's that she said wait like she knew I wouldn't." Marin stepped closer, just enough that he could feel the idea of her. She didn't touch him. "You can't swim in that sentence forever," she said. "It'll turn your lungs clever." "I've been training," he said. "You notice everything," she said, "but you don't see yourself." She took his wrist. He let her. She raised his hand and put it on his own chest like a mother teaching a child to count. "Breathe," she said. "Not for her. For you." He did, which felt like treason and mercy. The water at the curb made a sound like money when it falls between floorboards. Somewhere down the block, a gull laughed obscenely. "Tomorrow," she said, "we'll bore the dead to death." "That's not how that works," he said again, and she said, "We'll see." They stood there too long for good sense. Then she went. People like her always have an early morning. He watched the walking away, the careful loyalty with which she kept to the dry parts of the sidewalk, the way she never looked at her reflection even when the glass begged. He turned toward the motel, and the night turned with him, and that was the problem. A shadow moved at the end of the street where shadow doesn't belong. It was narrow as a thought, shoulders taller than a door, and when it stepped under a light, it didn't become a person. The shape left nothing where it walked. No wet prints, no sound, just thinness. A subtraction. He stopped breathing without meaning to. The thing stopped too, as if they were animals exchanging courtesy. The Polaroid in his pocket felt hot, then cold. His mouth went dry in a way only the dead can read. Not tonight, he said, to the subtraction to himself, to the ocean with its old calendar. The thing tilted, as if considering the rules. In the sheen of the street, he saw a sliver of a face reflected where none stood. Rope hair lifted by a tide that wasn't here, a mouth open on a word that might have been wait or why or mine. He took one step back, not running. His shoes squeaked indecently in the wet. The thing did not follow. It raised one long hand, too many joints, knuckles like small rocks, and made a motion he hadn't seen since he was 8 and his mother had taught him how to cross a street. Palm up, gentle, stay. He smiled without humor. We're learning from each other, he said, and the shape unmade itself as if embarrassed to be caught borrowing. Back in his room, he did not drink. He lined the glasses along the sink upside down like helmets. He lay on the bed, and the ceiling gathered its stains into countries that would not exist in the morning. He took the Polaroid out and put it face down on the nightstand because you can't stop being a coward in one night. In the thin hour when good men sleep, his phone vibrated once against the table. No number, just a message that sat there, light bleeding through its letters. Dry County tonight, sailor. He closed his eyes and saw Marin's reflection lag a beat and catch up. He saw Anna's mouth in the sheen of a street asking a question he could not bear to answer. He saw the Watkins flower pucker like a handful of small griefs. He texted back without thinking, stay. The phone was quiet. The faucet ticked as if metal was cooling from a heat it had imagined. In the morning, he'd tell himself it was a wrong number or a joke. Tonight, he put the phone face down next to the Polaroid and pretended to believe in sleep. Outside, fog lifted its hems and went about its day like a woman who has decided to be merciful and might change her mind. Chapter 3. Tides in the Walls. The town did what towns do when they're not ready. It rained. A gray, exhausted rain that didn't bother to be dramatic. The kind that finds its way in, under doors, through rubber that promised. Evan woke to it working the motel window, patient as a bill collector. He made coffee with powdered-in faith and stared at the upside-down glasses he'd staged like helmets. The sink's metal lip wore a thin line of condensation that wrote nothing and that counted as a win. At 9:14 a.m. Marin texted. School's sprung a leak. Swim unit without a pool.
Can you?
He typed no. He erased it. I can look at a gasket was honest. You shouldn't say my name where kids can hear was a rule. He hated being the one to tell her. You'll be, hey you, she sent.
Please. He went.
The high school was a catalog of small budgets, cinderblock hallways painted 2 tones chosen by a committee, motivational posters that had watched too much TV. He smelled floor wax and a ghost of teenage deodorant. The rain had found a seam above the gym vestibule and made a stripe down the wall, a waterline like a chin. The drip didn't sound like plumbing. It sounded like talking through a door. Marin met him under a banner that said give your future hands in letters that had outlived their designer's optimism. Her hair was up and losing. There was chalk on her sleeve from a lesson she hadn't planned to teach. Hey you, she said with a straight face, and the smile she didn't quite hide hurt him in good ways. He tipped his chin at the streak. What's above that?
Storage, she said.
And above storage, the world. She glanced down the hall. I already told maintenance to turn the main off. They laughed. People laugh at life preservers until the boat makes a decision, he said. She rolled her eyes in a way that made room for his metaphor without endorsing it. My second period's here in 10. We're supposed to talk about consent. She looked at the wall like it had been invited. Seemed on theme. Give it a pronoun it doesn't like, he said. Rooms hate being named wrong. You say the strangest useful things, she said, and handed him a roll of painter's tape like a man might hand the hero a sword. He taped a box around the wet because boxes help. He listened. The streak breathed, faint, in on a name he wasn't saying, out on one he couldn't bear. He dragged a chair under the vent and climbed. The metal grill looked clean in the condescending way of surfaces meant to be forgotten. He pressed an ear to it. Past the rain and the building's throat, he heard not a voice, a rhythm, drops finding a bucket that wasn't there. I need flour, he said, and then realizing, not for cooking. Teacher's lounge, Marin said, no questions, bless her. And a mirror? Cover the trophy case with butcher paper, he said. Make the school forget it has a face. He dusted the grill. The flour clung along the edges, then puckered. 5 small indents in a curve. Fingers. Higher than a child could reach. Too human to be a burst seam. Don't open it, he said. No plan to, Marin said. Teenagers drifted in the far end of the hall like weather systems with backpacks, loud in the ways that keep them alive. A skateboard flipped, landed wrong. But I'd like to teach a class that isn't a seance. The bell did the tired clang endemic to public school medals, the universe saying good luck without meaning it. The room filled. Marin stepped into teacher body, shoulders square, voice like rope, palms open at the chest to indicate I'm here, and we're all too old to lie. Evan stayed in the hall because adults in classrooms are either furniture or problem. He'd never learned to be furniture. He watched the drip while she taught. Consent, yes and no and mine as a complete sentence. She said it without knowing she was quoting him, or maybe they were both quoting the only good rule. The wall listened the way bad men listen, looking for terms to ignore. He placed a bucket under the stripe and thought of Anna hunched on a pier, putting her face in her hands and laughing when the coffee slopped out because of the wind. He put a second bucket beside the first in case the room wanted a decoy. Halfway through, a kid in a hoodie raised a hand without raising it. What if someone asks nicely? Then you get to decide nicely is still a no, Marin said. Deciding is your job. They can live. A laugh rippled, mean and relieved. The drip quickened like a pulse. A late child appeared in the doorway. Life wet on him. He was the jukebox boy, neck tilted a degree from the past. He took a step into the room and stopped. The streak on the wall lifted in a small, obscene swell. Evan stepped between the boy and the line without making a thing of it. He kept himself quiet the way you hold your breath when a bird lands on your hand. The streak deflated. The boy blinked like he'd dodged a word. Bathroom, the boy asked Marin. You know where it is, she said. He left. The wall sulked.
Class turned.
Anatomy diagrams became a storm map and then, mercifully, period ended. Kids slid out smelling like gum and weather. Marin walked into the hall and looked at what he'd done. 2 buckets, tape box, flower ghosts, and at what he hadn't. Thank you, she said, which was a more expensive currency now that she wasn't giving it out of reflex. He shrugged. Rooms want to talk. We're just making it write notes instead. Another bell. Another wave. This group moved with a different temperature. Athletes. The coiled boredom of kids who can do push-ups but not grief. One girl had the wrecked mascara of a bathroom fight she'd lost alone. Marin met them at the threshold with a tone that had gotten her through 4 years and 27 emergencies. Evan tried to be wall. They were 15 minutes in, no is no, yes is yes, silence is not a form, when somewhere in the building the main did what mains do, it decided. A pressure thump came up through the cinder block. The painted stripe bloomed, lovely as bruises are in the wrong stories, and burst. Water is a character when it arrives wrong. It leapt. It crawled. It rode in the air like a man with a throat. It hit the floor and ran for ankles with the cunning of electricity. Kids stood on desk rails like flood survivors who'd watched videos. Someone squealed. Someone else said the name of the girl with the mascara because kindness in teenagers is always on the wrong syllable. Evan moved. He grabbed the nearest rolling whiteboard and went at the wall like a man tackling a dog. He shoved the board against the vent, flour smearing, magnets popping, the marker tray clattering like ornaments. Marin herded bodies to the edges, palms up, voice low, the kind of calm you want in a pilot and a mother.
Phone's up, she said.
Thumbs on do not. If you hear your name, you say mine to yourself, and that's the only person who gets it. Is this a drill? A boy asked, eyebrows performing contempt to hide the fact that he'd obeyed. The water climbed his shoelaces and thought better of it.
It's a Tuesday, Marin said.
No one drowns on school property on my watch. The whiteboard held for exactly as long as those sentences have power. The vent coughed. The flower mouth puckered, mean little kisses along the seam. Evan pressed his shoulder to the board and felt it push back, something thin and jointed behind the grill, working with a patience he recognized from nightmares and promises. Don't open it, he said again to no one who was, and then to a friend he'd known 2 days. Get them out. Marin looked at the floor, at his shoes squeegeeing water, at the boy by the door stiff with old fear. She nodded. We're taking a field trip, she announced. Phones away. We're going to the theater. It's uphill. Up is dry. They went, straggling and obedient, because bodies remember ancient verbs. The last 2 kids hesitated, a girl holding hands with a boy in a way that suggested their fingers were learning. The mouth behind the vent gathered itself like a word at the back of a throat. Go, Marin said, and they did, because adults save you, even when they can't. Alone enough, Evan let himself speak to the scene. You had your chance, he said, not anger, fatigue. You don't get this room. The flower mouth kissed once, twice, and whispered something he'd been trying not to hear in sinks and glasses and rain. Wait. He leaned his weight, shoulder burning.
I did, he said.
I am. He didn't know who he meant it for, or which debt he was servicing with breath. The pressure eased like a sulker deciding to find a different door. The flow dropped to an ordinary school leak, sullen, insufficient, badly budgeted. Evan stepped back. His shirt stuck to him. The cardboard under the whiteboard had become an invented river. Marin came back alone, hair jeweled with what he told himself was condensation, not intention. She looked at his shoulder like it might throw splinters. She looked at his mouth like she was deciding whether to hand him water or strike a match. You okay? She asked. I'm loud in my joints, he said. But yeah. She touched the edge of the whiteboard and flinched. It said wait, she murmured. You heard it. I hear lots of things when I'm very tired, she said. I try not to make them policy. They laughed because the other option was a prayer. Maintenance arrived with excuses, tools, and moral injury. A man in coveralls squinted at the vent as if it had cheated on a test. Thermal expansion, he declared. Condensation. Classic. He tightened something that did not want tightening and pronounced victory. The flower made little valleys where the seam breathed anyway. Great, Marin said. You saved consent class. After, the theater smelled like velvet that had forgiven a murder. The kids whispered with the ethics of gossip, weaponized kindness, curated cruelty. Marin stood at the back in the blue light, arms folded, not closed, contained. Evan sank in a seat 2 rows away and felt the water recede in a muscle he didn't have. You shouldn't keep being good at this, she said quietly without looking. I don't know how to be bad at it, he said.
Learn, she said.
Or you'll never get to stop. He turned his head. She watched the stage, a blank proscenium, the suggestion of stories. In the blue, her scar was a pale thread. The idea of her and the fact of her lined up like the stainless had finally agreed. I ran, he said, before he could stop himself. When the tide came, on the pier, I told myself I'd come back when it finished shouting. That wasn't how shouting works, she finished, not unkind. She put a hand on the armrest between them, not touching his. Permission invented as a geometry. You were a person, she said. So was she. You get to be one still. He let his breath be a thing other people do. The stage curtain made a tiny move as the HVAC thought about winter.
He could almost believe in dry.
After school, he fixed the walk-in seal properly because competence is a drug he likes. New gasket, flower test, no pucker. Ben tried to pay him in cash. He took fries. Marin tried to pay him in thanks. He took a look away, and a quiet that held. Peter did not appear. The jukebox boy came by and wiped tables with the fervor of absolution. At closing, Marin brought him the Polaroid without knowing what it was. "You dropped this," she said, "because the universe writes bad fiction." He took it breath wrong. The square was damp at the edges, the way paper gets when it has learned a fact and resents it. On the glossy side, the image had bled a little from the corners inward as if tide were a property of ink. The pier dissolving into a fog you could easily call mercy if you weren't the person who had to name it. He didn't flip it. His thumb felt the old crease, where he'd bent it once in a motel, where the water had learned to be still. Marin saw his face and didn't ask. "Eat," she said instead, pushing a plate he hadn't earned. He ate because this was a religion he could obey. They walked out together again because some nights' practice is repetition. Fog curled into the street with the confidence of a regular. The subtraction shape watched from the ends of things. The rain had moved on. The world was shiny with old intent. "Dry county," he said, nodding at the sky. "Temporarily," Marin said. "We're not a place that keeps vows." He stopped under the awning without deciding to. In the glass of the bar door, their reflections hung like a couple in a story that couldn't commit to genre. Behind the glass, a handprint bloomed. Not wet. Grease from a cook sometime in October rising under heat. 5 fingers long certain. In the condensation that rhymed the lower pane, letters appeared backward, printing themselves as if a child traced them on the other side. NIRAM.
She saw at the same second he did.
She didn't move. The subtraction at the end of the block leaned like whether taking a look. "You don't answer," he said, and his own voice sounded like something he'd stolen.
"Not this door," she said.
She lifted her palm and pressed it to the cold glass over the letters until the steam smeared. Her reflection lagged a beat, then caught up, obedient as a taut muscle. She took her hand away. The letters faded slowly, like stubbornness.
"It knows your shape," he said.
"So do you," she said, and it could have been flirtation, and it wasn't. "Tomorrow, I'm taking the kids to the tide pools." She looked at him before he could speak. "Field trip. We stay on the rocks. We talk about currents like they're ethics. We hold a line and go home." "No water days," he said. "Too fast, already failing at pretending to be reasonable." "We live here," she said. "I can't teach a place by avoidance." "You can be alive by avoidance," he said. She half smiled. "That's what alcohol is, right?" He shut his mouth like a door catching skin. "Come if you're going to come," she said, softening it. "Or don't. I will owe you either way. Bring flour." "Flour is for kitchens," he said. "Everything's a kitchen if you're hungry," she said, and glanced at the subtraction. "And it's always hungry." He watched her go because he always does the thing that hurts and then pretends he couldn't help it. The subtraction down the block lifted that long, jointed hand again, and made the polite, infuriating gesture. "Stay." "Not forever," he said.
It tilted, amused.
The motel neon blinked, once like an ice squeezed shut against weather. Back in his room, he put the Polaroid face up because cowardice is a muscle you can tire out. The image had blurred at the margins, but the middle held. Anna, profile against a patient horizon, mouth in a vowel you can fill with whatever you need. He wanted it to be weight. He wanted it to be enough. The truth is it was always mine, and he had disobeyed and lived. His phone buzzed. "Bring towels." He didn't ask who. He typed, "I'll bring flour." Silence. Then, like a laugh that wasn't unkind, "Same thing if you're stubborn." He set the phone down. The glasses on the sink were upside down. The metal lip wore a new line of condensation, faint and harmless as an elderly rumor. He slept in a room that knew his name and said nothing. Outside, the town tried very hard to be dry. In the school basement, the flour on the vent seemed puffed once, twice, like a mouth practicing. On the bar door, grease remembered a hand and refused to be wiped. On the pier in the photograph, water asked a question that the paper could not hold forever. In the morning, he would decide to go to the rocks and call it a mistake, or he would decide not to and call it a sin. Tonight, he let the subtraction stand at the end of the street and learn his timing. He let the room be quiet proof enough. Chapter 4: Rocks and Names. The sky wore the color that makes lifeguards superstitious. Low, pewter, not dramatic enough to cancel. The kind that keeps its promises. Evan showed up with a grocery bag that clinked, flour in a jar because bags tear, and a stack of clean towels he'd bullied out of the motel like a penitent. Marin had a clipboard and a bright whistle she refused to use. 24 teenagers clustered in weatherproof optimism, their shoes a referendum on whether rocks were metaphor or fact. Rules, Marin said, voice carrying just enough. We stay on black rock. We stay above the green line. Anything that says your name, foam, birds, boys from other schools, you say mine and don't make a door of your mouth. We are here to look, not to be kept. A boy snorted. A girl rolled her eyes with the ferocity of the newly well. Evan watched them decide whether to perform boredom or caution. He watched the subtraction shape loiter on the outer reef, where fishermen stand when they think they can bargain. It lifted its jointed hand and made the rude, careful traffic cop gesture at the horizon. Stay. They picked their way to the tide pools. The rocks were studded with anemones that looked like mouths caught thinking. Barnacles rasped like secrets you could sand a table with. Pools held small galaxies, urchins, starfish, the glacial applause of snails. Everything down here needs names less than you do, Marin said. Point with your eyes. Learn with your hands behind your back. If you slip, swear quietly, and we help. Evan stood a little upslope, bag at his feet, hands in his pockets to keep from catching. The water breathed in and out like a town asleep with one eye open. In the slick skin on a tide pool, letters tried themselves. A P, a J, a nicked S, teasing, bait. A boy leaned without meaning to. Evan said low, mine, and the boy startled as if he'd been caught cheating and leaned back. Marin moved through them like a fairy where fairies matter. See the green? That's where ocean lives most days. We don't go there. See the black? That's where stories live. We go there with respect. She crouched to the level of a girl in a red beanie frowning at a starfish. It is okay to like a thing and not keep it, she said. You can tell your nervous system that. Gross, the girl said and listened. The subtraction waited. Further out, waves shouldered each other like drunk uncles. In here, everything was delicate and plodding. Evan unscrewed the jar, touched flour to the edge of one pool, just the thin lip where water licked rock, then stepped back. The powder sat, damped, harmless, then puckered 5 tiny valleys in a curve. Don't, he said to the nearest kid, which was the wrong word. Look, just look. He kept his hand at his side. The flower made a tidy little handprint, small as a child's, palm perpendicular to the sea. It held there, unmistakable, and then, gently, pressed down as if trying the surface from the other side. The water dimpled and lifted, like breath. Whoa, the kid whispered, half delighted, half afraid. Is it? Physics, Marin said instantly beautifully. Air pressure. Little weird cousins of whirlpools. If your name is physics, don't answer. Laughter made a small wall. It worked. The handprint flattening into ordinary damp made a smaller one. They moved from bowl to bowl. Marin turned vocabulary into rope. Current, undertow, surge, respect. She never used sneaker wave, and Evan loved her for not making the devil cute. He showed a boy with bitten nails how a snail's foot moved. The boy said gross and cool in the same syllable, which is science. It went wrong the way weather goes wrong, casually. The wind shifted. The subtraction stood taller. Foam braided itself into a word with too many hooks and unbraided before anyone could read it. A girl ankle-deep at the edge, good shoes, bad judgment, heard a syllable that matched her in the gut and turned her head. It wasn't even her name. It was her mother's voice saying it.
She stepped.
Marin was there first, hand on the backpack strap, angle right, not a snatch, a hinge. No, she said, a kindness with iron under it. You get to live. The girl blinked, furious with relief, and turned it into scorn because that is how you carry not dying at 15. I know, she said and stayed. The wave that would have taken her slouched up against the rock like a failed pickpocket. It slid back, sullen, and in the retreating lace of foam, Evan saw letters spool tight and vanish.
N-E-R-A.
Hey, he said to the water that didn't have ears.
No.
Hey, Marin said to him without looking.
Yes. Keep doing that.
The subtraction moved to another theater. It tilted its head at him, the gesture a careful imitation of human. He lifted his palm back at it, a mirror. Stay for once not a plea.
The thing didn't dissolve this time.
It touched its two long fingers to its chest as if surprised by a pronoun and paused, as if learning hurt. 5 more minutes, Marin called. Tell your nervous systems you can leave a thing and still have it. The red beanie girl raised a phone and Marin shook her head and the girl, miracle, put it down. A boy in a varsity jacket, Peter's cousin, by the chin, stepped toward a deeper bowl, showboating for nobody. In the surface, a face pressed up, young, laughing, the terrible generosity of new dead. Ma, it said unhelpfully. He flinched and looked at Evan like he'd been insulted. Not for you, Evan said. Go see a crab and pretend it's brave. The boy snorted and obeyed. The flower on the lip puckered into the littlest mouth and whispered wait at a volume that was almost politeness. I heard it, Marin said, at his shoulder. You don't answer, he said. I give it a different homework, she said. It's very bored. They walked them back along the black ridge in a line that felt like a hymn grudgingly learned, kids carrying themselves and each other, reluctant to admit to adrenaline. At the parking lot, bus exhaust made its own clouds. Everyone became normal too quickly. Snacks, group chat, someone discovering a shell and declaring it a personality.
Head count, Marin said. Say here.
Not your name. Here went around the circle, like a spell that knew better than to brag. Evan counted twice.
24. Good, she said.
She lowered her clipboard and winced, the kind you do when your shoulder has argued with a whiteboard for an hour. Coffee, she said to him under breath. You're invited to watch me pretend it helps. They loaded, waved at a driver who had learned patience as religion, watched the bus pull away with its parcel of hearts still beating. The subtraction watched them leave like a landlord. The tide turned its face and pretended to mind its own business. They took the path along the bluff toward town, the kind of walk that asks for confessions and then punishes them. Marin walked with her hands in her coat, palms out against the lining, as if pressing words back into her pockets. Evan carried the flower jar like an old man's medication, ridiculous and necessary. I saw Anna, he said, because the day had given him one good thing, and this was the tax. In the pool. In the shine. Not exactly. In the physics. Marin didn't stop. You saw yourself, she said, in her logic. He let the scold land. She said wait, he added. She always says wait. Because it worked, Marin said. On you. You obey. That's what you've been doing for years. I thought I was running, he said. You were obeying, she said, gently brutal. Same thing if the command is long enough. He laughed once, no joy. You talk like a woman who pays rent on the moral high ground. I talk like a woman who has to say no to other people's drowning for a living, she said. I sleep credit card naps and dream in consent forms. I'm trying, he said, and surprise at the word burned. I'm trying to be dry. I see you trying, she said. You don't have to pass. You have to keep trying. They reached the overlook where couples come to reenact vows they regret. The bench had names carved into it in a handwriting only grief learns. Rain had slicked them until they looked like fresh wounds. In the puddle at the bench's foot, letters spidered. EVA. Don't, Marin said automatically, and then, because she was not in charge of verbs, reached down and swiped the surface with her sleeve. The water blurred. When it cleared, the letters had rearranged themselves, offended and not done. NIRAM. He put his hand over it, without touching. The subtraction stretched at the cliff's edge, tall as a telephone pole, and made the small, infuriating stay motion again. Teacher patient. I know what that means coming from you, Evan told it.
No.
Marin's reflection in the puddle lagged a beat, then, catching up, didn't. It stayed half a blink behind, her face a fraction late, as if the water had learned her by heart and wanted to practice. She didn't see it. She was looking at him. His heart did that elevator move again. "Don't look," he said, and of course she did. She saw herself be late. Her mouth made a shape that wasn't a word. Her hand went to her chest. Automatic, counting lightning. She closed her eyes and breathed on purpose the way she tells kids to. 1, 2, 3, 4, hold. And when she opened them, her reflection caught up, embarrassed. "It gets bored," she said, like convincing herself. "It has the attention span of a wave." "It has all the time in the world," he said. "Then it should go bother billionaires," she said, and he loved her for logistics. They walked the last blocks with the flour jar heavier than physics allowed. The subtraction followed at a courteous distance like a stray thought. At the corner before last light, Evan felt the Polaroid in his pocket heat through the denim. He put his hand there, palm flat, as if calming a horse that had decided the fence was optional. "Tonight," Marin said, "we cook too much food. We feed it to teenagers who weren't listening this morning. We tell Peter to go home twice, and he'll go on the second. We put towels by the walk-in. We do not make doors out of our mouths." "Okay," he said. He almost believed it would be enough, which is when the day collected its tax. On the bar's glass, high up where kids don't reach, letters bloomed in the damp.
Not backward this time.
Not bait. Clean, correct, smug as a bill. "Anna." He did not move. The subtraction straightened, delighted. In the puddle at their feet, the same word wrote itself and then, slowly, one letter at a time, rewrote. Marin. She saw both in the same breath. She didn't step back. Of course she didn't. She lifted her palm and pressed it to the glass over the word that tried to be her. Her reflection lagged and then returned. She said, very quietly, like a person conspiring with her own ribs, "Mine." The letters did not vanish. They ran, the way ink does when it learns it chose the wrong paper. Marin blurred. Anna held. Evan felt the Polaroid burn. He took it out. The image had softened at the edges, tide-lipped. In the middle, Anna turned her face. A trick photographs do when you've tired your terror, and looked at him. Not with accusation. With something worse. With recognition. The glass said Anna one more time, polite as a knock. Marin was still there, hand on the cold, jaw set in a line that had spared more lives than his good intentions. "You don't answer," she said, without looking at him. He didn't. He put the photo back, slow as surgery, and put his palm up to the air, not the glass. The subtraction cocked its head and mirrored him, long fingers splayed. "Stay," he said, to himself.
To the thing.
To the future. The letters ran like makeup and were gone. "Tomorrow," Marin said, breath fogging. "Grief Club. And, after, you tell me the pier story without making it pretty." "It won't be," he said. "Good," she said, and opened the door into the normal noise of frying and teenagers pretending to be cured. "I hate pretty." The subtraction at the end of the block made the small, patient motion again. Evan lifted his hand back, the most impolite consent in the world. For that night, it stayed. Chapter 5. Low Tide Testimony. Grief Club smelled like coffee that had learned duty. Basement light, cinder blocks glossed with a century of boiled water. 2 urns breathed like old men. A plate of cookies offered absolution by the dozen. Marin stood at the back with her clipboard tucked under an elbow, thumb worrying the edge, like a rosary. Evan took his place near the hot water pipe, because heat is a superstition that sometimes pays out. "House rules," the cardigan woman recited. "No fixing. No theology in the form of advice. First person. If you say a name and the room changes temperature, we drink water and breathe like stubborn people." The room agreed with the soft murmur people give to rules they want to work. They went around. A man with a plumber's hands described replacing a sink and finding his wife in the P-trap, then corrected himself gently. Not her. The way she left, and stared at the table until his shoulders softened. A girl in a red beanie from the tide pool said she'd tried mine on the bus, and it had felt like stealing, and then like medicine. An older woman with glittered nails announced she decided to outlive her daughter out of spite, and everyone laughed in ways that didn't hurt. Evan listened, which is a verb. He let the water in the pipes hum in his bones and not his mouth. He watched the seam where floor met wall. Flour dusted the vent he'd insisted Marin let him dust, a small white mouth he could keep an eye on. Cardigan woman found him with the kindness of a cat choosing a lap. "New friend near the radiator," she said. "If you want, if you can." Marin didn't look at him, and that was the gift. He stood anyway. He had a jacket with a pocket full of Polaroid and a tongue full of stories that had learned to wear makeup. "I don't do pretty," he said, and a few people smiled because he'd been caught lying already. He told the pier, without metaphors. "Storm was over," he began. Or felt over. The air had that break glass quality. The person I was with liked the way everything looks washed. She said that's when the real shapes come out. He took a breath and didn't look at the Polaroid in his pocket. "We went out with coffees and the kind of jackets you buy because you think money is a vaccine." The tide read us and said not today, with a ripple I should have translated. The room had learned the useful stillness. Cups clicked. Someone's shoe scuffed. The hot pipe behind him purred like a cat drunk on radiators. "She put her hand through the railing," he said, like children do. "Tried to touch the wind. She said my name." He didn't say it back. "I said I'd be right back and got the towels from the car, because I am a tall person." I turned around, and the wave had changed the shape of the pier. Not big, not theatrical, just a foot higher and a foot nearer, like a man getting close enough to talk. He could feel Marin looking at his shoulder in the way a person keeps their eyes on the road while listening to a passenger bleed. "She said wait," he said. And I said I am, and took a step into the kind of foam that lies. I got knee-deep and remembered I like being alive, my body did, without asking me, and I backed out. Told myself, when it drops, when it finishes saying its piece. A woman across from him whispered something into her cup that sounded like same. "I made it to the towels," he said. "I came back with them like a hero in an ad." A gull laughed. The pier was the pier. She wasn't. If the room breathed, it did it quietly. "I looked for hours," he said. Everyone did. The water kept writing my name on the sand in handwriting too big to ignore. We held a thing with candles because humans like to declare endings. I went to the desert with cheap sobriety and better towels. I came here by accident or on purpose 2 days ago. He lifted a shoulder that had argued with a whiteboard and a vent and lost. "That's the hole. I don't want it, but it's what I have." He sat. The pipe hummed. Marin didn't touch him. She put her hand on the table between them and left it there like a tool. "Thank you," Cardigan woman said, and meant the currency. Coffee went around like communion you don't have to kneel for. Someone started to say Anna and caught themselves on the second letter like a trip on a good rug. The room drank water to pay respect to the almost. The flower on the vent held. Evan let his breath slow a degree at a time. The door at the top of the stairs banged. A latecomer. Rain on their shoulders. The clumsy urgency of people who only remembered darkness halfway down the block.
"Peter."
He hesitated, saw Marin, saw Evan. Held his breath like that could stop time. He sat on the last metal chair and held onto the seat with both hands, as if the floor had a draft. Cardigan woman smiled at him with the rough grace of women who've stopped apologizing for the kind of welcome they offer. "We're doing names as weather," she said. "We say here." "Here," Peter said. The room accepted the word like a code offered at a door. They were halfway through a third circle when the vent breathed out. Not a rush, not a burst. A small, deliberate exhale like a person warming their hands. Flower puckered into a smile that wasn't. Evan looked at it. Marin didn't. She kept her eyes on the group and the oxygen in the room. "What we say to the door," Cardigan woman coached gently, having become a priest by accident and patience. "If it knocks with a word it thinks is yours?" "Mine." The red beanie girl chorused with two others, and Evan loved them for turning spell into reflex. "And if it asks again," the Cardigan woman said. "Enough," someone offered from the sink. "And if it begs," Marin added, voice low as a tide telling a cliff a joke it won't share. No, a boy said, and blushed because the word made him taller. The vent breathed in, greedy. A string of water stitched itself along the baseboard under the chairs like a long thread dragged from a mouth. Letters tested their limbs in it, an A practicing its posture, an N trying on angles.
Phones away, Marin said.
Eyes up. Peter's gaze fell to the line and widened. He rocked forward with the intimacy of men taught that looking helps. The water stitched a shape that wasn't his, for letters that had decided how to be. M-A-R-I-N. She did not look. The room did, the way flocks turned their heads all at once. Evan was on his feet before he decided. He put his shoe down softly over the word, heel pressing a muffled silence. The water sighed and went into his sock. Cardigan woman didn't flinch. We learned about doors, she said, as if nothing were happening. We're boring the supernatural. Again. The vent exhaled a small, mean laugh through flour. Okay, Marin said, and looked at him at last. Not the water, not the word trapped under his foot him. Trade me. She nodded at his heel, and the line of letters. You don't pay for me with your shoes. He shifted, the room's attention balancing on his ankle bone. Marin stepped in, pressed her palm flat to the baseboard over the damp, skin to cold cinder block. She closed her eyes. Mine, she said, easy as if she were naming her own wrist. Enough. The seam drew a breath and let it go. Flower unpuckered like lips after a mean story. Evan felt the sigh in the pipe. Then the room did the thing good rooms do when they are invited. It wanted another try. The coffee urns glugged. Steam lifted and curled into almost letters, failed, and became humidity. The sink hiccuped. The drain gurgled, and then, with the care of a mortician, printed A and an A along the inside rim, as pale as a dentist's light. Cardigan woman turned the tap without panic. Water came out in a line that was honestly itself. She let it run until the letters relaxed and swam off like bored minnows. She turned it off. She smiled at the group with new, crooked pride. We are inconvenient, she said. I love us. Peter stood up too quickly. The chair complained. He opened his mouth in the shape of the only apology young men are taught, and the vent inhaled A like an answer. Marin lifted a finger without looking at him, and he sat. He surprised himself by being grateful. They closed with the ritual of ordinary. Cookies, small jokes, promises made to last until the parking lot. People packed pain back into containers small enough to carry without spilling on strangers. The room warmed a degree. Evan helped stack chairs. He felt confident and hated how much he needed that. Marin were last up the stairs, 2 by 2, like a nervous arc. At the top, she braced the door with her hip and let the night whistle past. Thank you, she said in the unadorned tone that knows gratitude makes debt but doesn't care. You did the part where it mattered, he said.
We keep switching, she said.
That's how I like it. They walked into a rain that had thinned to a rumor. The street shone like a confession. Last light glowed with the kind of warmth buildings use to attract sinners. The subtraction stood 2 streetlights away, hands at its sides, palms out. Not moving in a pose that still said I could. Peter's waiting outside the bar for me to ruin his life, Marin said. It'll be his night soon. Not tonight. Will you be okay? He asked, the question the dead are always eavesdropping for. That's not in the syllabus, she said, and smiled with her scar and her mouth both. They didn't touch. They went their ways. Evan carried the Polaroid like a live wire. The subtraction eased back into the seam of the world and watched him choose a sidewalk with less shine. In his room, he turned the cups upside down, lined a towel along the sill, did the rituals that pass for prayer. He put the Polaroid down face up. The pier had held, stubborn. The woman in the image was looking at him again. He let her. His phone blinked under it. A message, unlabeled, obediently lowercase. Don't tell her the rest. He typed. She asked for ugly. She asked to live came back. Not to inherit. He set the phone down because mouths and glass are good at borrowing verbs. He slept the way people sleep on buses, aware of turns. At 2:13, the walk-in at last light coughed once, and then stopped because a hand, human, jointed correctly, scar on one knuckle, pressed the latch through a folded bar towel, and said no as if teaching a child. A boy with a neck that remembered too much rolled silverware in napkins and felt, for 10 consecutive minutes, fine. At 3:01, the subtraction stepped into the motel's parking lot and stood in a puddle that didn't reflect it. It lifted its long hand the way a man trying to learn asking does. It held the gesture until its joints complained, and then it let it go. Practice over. At 4 o'clock, the ocean turned in its sleep. At 8:07, a flyer appeared under Last Light's door. Charity pier cleanup. Volunteers needed. Low tide at noon. Hot dogs after. The ink bled at the edges like it had gone for a swim. Ben put it on the corkboard because paperwork is a god. When Evan came in at 10 for coffee he didn't need, Marin pointed her chin at the flyer and said, without preamble, "We're not going." He looked at the picture. A stock photo pier with better railings than theirs, and the word cleanup forming the mouth of a trap. "No," he said.
Good, she said.
"Come tell me about ugly. Fries are a tax." He followed her to the back and, at the threshold, stopped. In the stainless table, her reflection lagged a beat. It did not catch up. "Don't look," he said, and that was the wrong word, and maybe the only one they had. Chapter 6, Refraction. The stainless held her a beat late, and then refused to apologize. Marin leaned into the kitchen, hand on the swing door, and her reflection stayed out in the hallway, half-turned, listening to something neither of them had said. When it finally slid into the metal, it brought a shadow with it, a dim suggestion of ropey hair that wasn't hers. "Don't look," Evan said. She looked. Of course. She watched herself be tardy to her own body, mouth tightening, teacher sad, not scared. "Okay," she said. "Tell me ugly before I start naming this out loud." He set the flour and towels down, like a man placing tools on a surgical tray. He didn't touch the sink. He didn't touch the bottle sitting near the register, sweating like a bad idea. "The pier," he said. "You think I ran because I'm a coward. I ran because I promised someone else I wouldn't die." She waited. It was the same patience she gave freshmen who thought jokes were bravery. "I was married," he said, the word bumping the room. "Sophia. We were a machine that worked. The kind you admire for how it runs, never for where it's going. I broke it clean. Papers. Keys handed back. Anna." The name fuzzed the air. "Was a summer I took before the ink dried. At the pier I had a ring-shaped tan line and a belief I could keep all my promises if I stacked them right." Marin didn't move. The reflection in the steel stepped closer to him, though Marin herself hadn't. "When the water came," he said, "I thought, if I drown, that's 2 lives paid for 1 bad decision. If I live, I can call my ex-wife and say I tried to live right." He laughed. It sounded like a tire-losing air. "I balanced a ledger like a very moral accountant and left a person on a rail." "Ugly enough," Marin said. "I tell myself I would have gone back," he said, "if the wave had dropped, if physics had behaved. That's the trick. Make it about physics. It keeps me from admitting I liked the future more than I loved a person." "Ugly enough," she said again. She put her hand flat on the steel so the reflection had to decide which of her to be loyal to. "You're paying the right tax. Stop tipping." He stared at her hand. It made a print of heat. The metal fogged and wrote the ghost of M. Before deciding not to be useful, the swing door nudged. Ben stuck his head in, eyebrows worried. "You got a visitor," he said, and Evan expected Peter. It wasn't Peter. The woman in the doorway wore a blue windbreaker that had learned to look official. Her hair was rain-kinked, her eyes the color of paper you keep too long. She carried a clipboard like it could save anyone. "Harbor Guild," she said, as if that were a tribe with rights. "Pier cleanup at noon. Heard you have a good crowd. We'd love." "No," Marin said, civil, like a sign in a hospital. The woman smiled with her forehead. "It'll be fun," she said. "Hot dogs." "Fun is the wrong verb," Marin said. "And no one who uses hot dogs as currency gets my kids." The woman didn't bristle. She looked past them, casually at the steel. Her gaze slipped a quarter-inch off Marin's reflection, puzzled, like a person trying to focus through water. "You're Marin," she said, using it as a handhold. "Don't," Evan said too fast, and the woman's attention flicked one beat, to him the way dogs do when they hear a new language. "Town needs us," she said. "People are leaving shells and flowers and names on the rail. The ocean's messy." She made the face decent people make when they're offered an ugly task they can put off by recruiting you. "We aren't," Marin said. "Try the Angler Club." "All right," the woman said, not offended. She tucked a flyer in the corkboard with the mercy of someone who's going to pretend they didn't. Her eyes went to the steel again, sharpened, and then slid off. "You should cover that," she said. "Kids put their face in it. Germs." "We're rich in those," Marin said, and waited until she was gone to breathe. Evan dusted the steel without being asked. The flower clung, then lay still. The reflection of Marin stayed in sync, chastened. He wanted that to be the end of it and knew better. The lunch rush gave them an hour's mercy by being loud. The boy with the remembered neck joked with a girl who'd made her eyeliner into a shield. Ben told a story about a cat that stole fries, which was true in every town. Evan ate food he could name and didn't drink, and the subtraction sulked outside in the sheen, tall and polite. At 11:47, the power ticked. Not a surge, an agreeing. Every phone on the bar lit at once with a push from nowhere, a calendar that had never been subscribed to, a reminder that shouldn't exist. Low tide / noon. Shelter in name. Marin's pen snapped in her hand. Ben said the soft version of Jesus. The kid with the neck froze halfway to a laugh. The bar door opened without the bell. Wind came in with 3 men, not together, all looking like they'd been told a secret and didn't know where to put it. Behind them, people streamed down the block. Not a rush, not a picnic. Something in between. You could hear the town asking itself, "What do we do when the ocean writes at us?" "We clean." "You're not going," Evan said. Marin looked at him like the other option was not being born. "If they go, I go," she said. "I keep the rail full of living." "You're on their list," he said. "The steel says your name before you do." She almost smiled at the arithmetic. "You keep the kitchen dry," she said. "I'll keep everything else from drowning." He put his hand on the door. "Then we go together." She didn't fight. "We don't say names. We keep our mouths closed and our hands open. We do not fix with our faces."
"Copy," he said.
They went. The pier was not dramatic. The water was ordinary, slick, patient, pretending innocence in a way that would have made him laugh a month ago. People had gathered in their responsible jackets, clutching tote bags and grabbers, and the belief that if you tidy the altar, the god changes religions. Children threaded under elbows, holding flowers like weapons. The Harbor Guild woman floated near the first piling, distributing gloves and the fiction of safety. Peter was there, hat in his hands again, apology hanging around his neck like a credible threat. He saw Marin and began to walk toward her and then stopped, doing the math of helpful versus alive in public. "North side," Marin said. "We stay high." They moved in. The planks creaked a skepticism they had earned. Notes and candles rotted beautifully along the rail, where the town had been practicing grief badly. People touched photos with 2 fingers and whispered mine in varying dialects. It should have been church and wasn't. The subtraction stood in the scuppers under the pilings like a shadow someone had peeled off and leaned there. When a gull passed through it, the bird hiccuped and forgot to flap for 1 beat. The thing lifted its too long hand at Evan.
"Stay."
"Not a promise," Evan told it. "Here," Marin said, handing him a trash grabber. "Work or feel." They worked. It almost convinced him. He plucked plastic wrap from a knothole. He teased a strip of ribbon away from a crack. He let his brain like her body moving, competent, ugly under sunlight, scar red for a second, and then not. The ocean made its invitation. It always does. A small voice in everyone's pocket asked them to lean. A woman 3 pilings down heard a syllable that matched the way her mother had called her in for dinner when she was 9, and muscle turned her face. The Harbor Guild woman put a hand on her sleeve. No, Han, she said, kind as a bartender. Hold your name. The woman said mine like a sob, and the water, almost insulted, stepped back an inch so no one could accuse it of being rude. It licked the pilings. It breathed. Wait. At the far end, someone cried out, not fear, recognition. The word went up. Anna. Not shouted, not offered. Sighed like an answer. Evan didn't move. He held the grabber uselessly. The name floated back and forth between rail and mouth like a beach ball at a concert. He closed his eyes and found Marin's hand on his sleeve. I'm here, she said. Keep your verbs. He kept them for 7 breaths. On the 8th, the polished, official voice on a bullhorn, no one claimed it later, said, Volunteers, please form 2 lines. We're going to clear the low rail. Low rail. The phrase made his back teeth ache. Hi only, Marin barked, not a teacher, a lifeguard. People looked at her like a stranger who'd correctly guessed the safe word. The subtraction stepped into the light. For the first time it stood where even children could have seen it if the world would allow such democracy. It had height and nothing else. No face, no seam. A person-shaped refusal. It raised its palm at Marin like a mirror trying for affection.
Don't, he said.
She was already moving. Not toward the edge, never. Toward a kid, a girl with glitter nails and a red beanie, whose grabber had stuck between slats. The girl tugged. The rail shivered. Marin reached, fast, and under the plank's water made a sound like breath. He dropped the grabber. He reached her waist because that is where you hold people who don't need holding. His fingers closed. He was obscene with care. I've got you, he said, and the ocean laughed in its throat at the grammar. Under the rail, in the seam where wet becomes story, 2 hands pressed up. Not long, not wrong. Human hands, urgent, pressed through the inch of reflective skin like a person at a window. Rope hair swam. A mouth took shape, and he knew it without knowing why. Anna as physics. Anna as a place water takes when it's trying to be kind. The hands found Marin's wrists. Marin did not lean. She put her weight on her heels the way you do in a rip. She closed her mouth. Not this door, she said. She said it to him, to the water, to everyone who could hear. Not me. The hands pressed. Flour wouldn't have helped here. Towels were for after. The subtraction's tall body leaned, fascinated like a child. Let go, he said to the sea. I'm the coward. Take me. I owe you. The mouth under the rail made a shape that wasn't laughter and wasn't a no. Water climbed his shoes. The slick rose an inch in an agreement that had nothing to do with mercy. Marin twisted her wrists, not out of the hands, out of the story. She slid her fingers between the wet palms and held them like a person saying I love you without romance. Mine, she said, and breathed enough through her teeth, and Evan felt the air pressure change as if someone had opened a freezer door in a summer kitchen. The hands loosened. The rail steadied. The girl with the beanie cried for real and didn't try to hide it. The Harbor Guild woman put her bullhorn down and sobbed in administrative italics. The subtraction wept, if that's the word, salt glittering off the height and not landing anywhere. The ocean wrote Anna in the seam again, out of spite or habit, and then, slowly, as if embarrassed to be so predictable, unwrote it letter by letter until there was just water completing the job of being wet. Marin looked at him, and for a second he saw her reflection lag behind again, trying to arrive at this version of her. When it caught up, she smiled. Enough, she said in a voice that did not belong to Grief Club or the bar or the school. Enough for today. He nodded and meant it harder than he had meant anything that wasn't a bad promise. They walked back together through a town applauding itself with one hand. People slapped his shoulder and called him man without names. Women thanked Marin with the complicated gratitude men usually get in movies. Ben had coffee waiting with a float of cheap whipped cream, because that is a spell anyone can afford. The boy with the neck laughed too loud, and then right. In the kitchen, the stainless held. Marin's reflection arrived on time, and for the first time since morning, stayed. After work, she said, casual as a surgeon washing up. We go to your motel. We take the Polaroid out to the parking lot. and we decide what it is. Souvenir or door. You don't get to keep it in a drawer. He almost said no. He said, okay. At 6, the flyer curled on the corkboard like a dead moth. Rain tried to be forgiven and failed. The subtraction waited 2 streetlights down with the patience of winter. They stood in the parking lot with the trash kin between them like a sensible altar. He had the Polaroid in a bread bag because he was that kind of man. She had a book of matches stolen from a bar that had better lighting. You choose, she said. He looked at Anna. She was grain and light and a dare. He remembered the exact sound the wave made becoming too much. He remembered the very small thought. I would like to be 40. He put the picture on the can. You say it, he said. Her eyebrows scar lifted. Teacher? And she nodded once. She struck the match. She held the flame low. Not a name, she said, and fed the corner. The paper curled. The emulsion made that chemical sob. Heat found the face and did not distort it, only turned it into light. He had hoped for screaming like in bad stories. He got physics. Good. Ugly. Enough. He reached toward the can without meaning to. Her hand knocked his wrist back. Gentle slap. Don't rescue of it, she said. Let it do its job. It burned. It finished. It left a cherry-edged rectangle that collapsed into itself. The subtraction straightened like a man at last call. The night said okay in the temperature of things. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He didn't look. She did because she was allowed. It's the school, she said, reading the preview. Water in the theater. Drip shapes like, nope, they didn't write that. Just drip. I'll go, he said. We'll go, she corrected, because that was the word they were trying to teach the town. They walked. The subtraction followed out of courtesy. The bar lights threw their reflections ahead of them. The glass remembered and, for once, kept its mouth shut. At the theater, the custodian stood with a mop like a spear and relief like a medal. It keeps doing letters, he whispered, like a man confessing to a polite demon. Then it does puddle. I prefer puddle. Marin nodded at the stage like a friend. We'll bore it, she said. Again. On the boards, water had drawn a word and then erased it out of embarrassment. The floor glittered in apology. Evan knelt, flower in his hand, and dusted the seam. It did not pucker. It held. The stainless of the exit sign did not lag. The subtraction stood in the aisle and watched like a student who hates the class and can't stop coming. I could drink, he said, as if reporting the weather. You could, she said, as if refusing a road trip invitation. Or you could watch the room want you alive. He stood. They did. For 6 minutes that felt like prayer in a language that did not require gods, they listened to a building remember how to be a building. Tomorrow, Marin said finally, a promise with grit. Clinic at 10. We teach the town how to say no without you. You can be late. I'll be early, he said, and she smiled like punishment and mercy. Outside, the subtraction lifted its too long hand and made the small, steady motion. Stay. He lifted his palm back. Not a vow. Not surrender. Agreement. Chapter 7, Clinic. They borrowed a word the town trusted. Clinic. Not grief club, not seance, not training. Just clinic, Saturday late morning at the senior center, where chairs stacked neatly, and the coffee remembers when it was strong. A handwritten sign on the door, consent clinic, all ages. Because Marin insisted on accuracy and subversion. Evan arrived early with flour in a coffee tin, painter's tape, and a towel slung like a sash. He wasn't sure who he was performing for. Himself. Maybe. The subtraction stood politely across the street in the shade of a crooked maple, tall as doubt. Ben set cups. The jukebox boy, Liam, he'd finally offered, arranged cookies with the reverence of altar bread. The Harbor Guild woman hovered in the doorway, then thought better and went to arrange a different parade. Agenda, Marin said, clipboard clicking. 1, we teach words. Mine. Enough, no, stay for yourselves. 2, we practice with mouth closed, hand open. 3, we make a rule for the town and write it where the ocean reads. That last part's not real, Evan said. None of it is, she said. That's why it works. They laid butcher paper over the stainless in the little kitchen. Flour dust touched the sink like talc on a newborn. The exit signs got a strip of tape to remind them to behave. They were building theater and calling it safety because sometimes that's the only door people walk through. People came. Not a flood. A drift. Mothers with practical ponytails, men with the faces of good volunteers, teenagers whose eyes flicked to screens they wouldn't take out, older women who had outlived official names and invented better ones. Peter arrived late and sat near a plant with the earnestness of someone trying to become furniture. Marin walked to the front and did not stand on the little stage. She stood with them.
House rules, she said. No fixing.
No theology as advice. If your mouth wants to make a name, pick one you like that isn't yours and say it in your ribs only. We're practicing refusal. A murmur that wasn't dissent went around. Evan watched the subtraction tilt its head through the window and then remembered glass is a liar and looked away. Start with breath, Marin said. Palms to ribs. 1, 2, 3, 4, hold. Release. Again. We're teaching nervous systems to stay when they want to fetch. They breathed. The room sound changed the way sound changes when a choir finds a note by accident.
Good, she said.
Now the words. Quiet to yourself once.
Meaning. She paused.
Good. Enough. She let it be ugly. No, she smiled at a toddler who had shouted it and clapped like a saint.
Stay. For you.
Not for enemies. Evan watched heads bow and stay up, watched hands on ribs like a town pledging allegiance to itself for once. He felt the itch in his throat that whiskey used to quiet and found it interested in this instead. He let the interest be a door he didn't walk through. Now, Marin said, we practice with an ask. She gestured, and Liam wheeled out a battered mirror from a lost-time dance class. Painter's tape ran along the edges like a muzzle. I am the door, Marin said, stepping in front of it. I am going to ask you, with great charm, to give me your name. You will feel at some old animal level like you should let me in. That's because I'm good. Most harm is. You answer with mine, and enough, and you keep your mouth shut and your hands open. Ready? An older woman with glitter nails stepped up first, because of course she did. Marin leaned. All warmth. Sweetheart, she said, using the weapon kindly people know how to wield. Say your name, so I can hold you right. The woman's eyes went soft and then hard. She pressed her palm to her chest and smiled a small, furious smile. Mine, she whispered, then tossed a no like confetti. The room laughed, blessed. A father and his kid followed. The father mouthed enough, and the kid said no in the voice of the revolution, and everyone clapped, and the subtraction outside tilted its head in a parody of bewilderment. Evan stood beside the mirror. When Peter made his way up, hat in hand again, Marin nodded to Evan and stepped aside. Peter looked at Evan like a man approaching a dog that might bite and might weep. Go easy, he said, almost embarrassed to ask. I'm not asking, Evan said. He kept his eyes on Peter's hands, not his face. You. Peter's jaw worked. He breathed. He put his palm to his chest in the shape of someone else's religion and said mine without apology. It sat on him like armor he'd been measured for. He didn't look past Evan toward Marin. He didn't make a door of his mouth. He stepped aside, and Evan loved him a little, which was dangerous and correct. The clinic made itself bigger. Teens coaching grandparents. The cardigan woman from Grief Club drilling no until it sounded like prayer, then teaching a man with too many keys to keep his hands still. The Harbor Guild woman came back in, watched for 2 minutes like she'd entered a language class accidentally, and left quietly, hands empty. Halfway through, the lights dimmed the way they do when the grid wants to remind you of physics. The mirror's taped edge puckered once like lips trying a syllable. Don't, Marin said to it like a mother to a toddler near an outlet. It didn't. They finished with rule writing because Marin had promised ritual. Paper, fat markers, a democratic chaos. The room shouted phrases, and Evan, against his nature, let himself suggest. They argued over verbs like civilized pirates, hold or keep, do not or we don't, names or selves or mouths. In the end, the sentence the town deserved settled like sediment in still water. We hold our names / we don't feed doors / we say enough / together. Cardigan woman underlined together with the satisfaction of a person who had waited 50 years to underline anything for herself. Where do we put it? Someone asked. So the ocean reads. Everywhere, Marin said. But let's start where it likes to look. They carried the paper like a banner down to the boardwalk. The subtraction followed at an amused distance. The tide, honest as a clock for once, showed its spine. They taped the rule to the rail, where flour tape used to go. The wind tried to take it and failed because the tape was stubborn, and so were they. People read it in their heads, and then without meaning to move their mouths. Words are better when they touch teeth. Now we go home, Marin said, practical. We don't wait for applause. They dispersed. A few stayed, touching the paper without touching it, proving to themselves that it didn't bite. Peter lingered, made eye contact with Marin like a person who can bear not being chosen, and left. Evan stood with Marin in the scrape of gulls and low water.
Your turn, she said.
Practice. Ask me. He swallowed. The subtraction leaned, interested like weather. Say your. He began and stopped, because his mouth remembered itself. He tried again, gentler, dirty with affection, the way water always comes. Mar. She lifted her palm to her ribs before he could finish.
Meaning?
It was almost a smile, then enough, and he felt the word land on his own chest too, obedient. And you? She asked. He put his hand up. Mine, he said, and was startled by how much he wanted it to be true. Enough, he added, and meant it 90%. He turned to the subtraction and lifted his palm. Stay. It did, for once, without condescension. They walked back slowly, like people leaving a theater after a good play afraid to ruin the air with opinions. The town was quieter with the rule posted, or he wanted the sentence to have mass and found it did. At last light, Ben had chalked the rule on the specials board and misspelled together on purpose, so people would correct it with their mouths and thus own it. Liam wiped the stainless with a towel shaped like a mitten and did not look at his reflection. The walk-in breathed like a well-behaved beast. You look tired in the way that means you'll sleep, Marin said. I don't recognize that breed, he said.
Come try, she said.
I'll walk you. Outside, the subtraction waited where the sidewalk pooled. It lifted its long hand, not the crisp stay, but a careful, almost shy greeting. He returned it, surprised into politeness. Halfway to the motel, a car door shut soft across the street. A woman in a black coat stepped out, moved like paper cuts, controlled, sharp. She took in the two of them, the town, the rule chalked in 3 places already, the ocean doing its old work, and smiled a once familiar, once merciful smile. Sophia, Evans said before he could save himself. Marin's shoulder did not touch his. It didn't need to. Sophia crossed like a verdict. She had the posture of someone who'd survived him and learned to breathe on purpose. You changed your number, she said. Then, with the quick economy he'd loved, you look alive. This is a bad time, he said, an old joke between them. There weren't any good ones, she said, not cruel. Her eyes moved to Marin and did not perform drama. I'm the ex-wife. Health teacher, Marin said, offering no hand. Sophia's gaze slid to the rule on the chalkboard under the bar window. We hold our names / we don't feed doors / we say enough / together. And something like relief softened her face. That would have helped, she said. She looked at Evan. I'm here for my own work. I came to close up a house, not to open you. He nodded, throwed a small room. Good. She tilted her head, listening to the air the way city people learn to out of self-defense. Also, she added, the ocean said my name on the bridge. I told it no, and it listened. You teaching the coast tricks now. Trying to teach it to teach itself, Marin said. Smarter, Sophia said. She put a card in Evan's hand, estate attorney with his name in small, new font, because even Mercy has paperwork. If you want to give me the Polaroids, I'll burn them for you. A beat. I'm good at ugly. Already done, he said. Good, she echoed, and for a moment they were a machine again, exactly as built, agreeing on procedures without romanticizing outcomes. She put her palm to her own ribs like she'd been in the clinic and said something quiet that looked like mine, and walked away without giving the subtraction a name to use. Marin exhaled. On a scale of 1 to catastrophe, she said. Necessary, he said. The word tasted like a clean cut, and not my story to carry. Hey, she said softly, pride threaded through the teasing. Look at you, not fixing with your face. They reached the motel. The lobby glass showed them lagless. The metal door handle was just metal. The subtraction stood at the curb, a drawn line on the world, and, awkward, earnest, raised its hand in that shy greeting again. It was learning. He hated that he was moved. Tomorrow, Marin said, we rest. Then we teach the school how to tape mirrors without making it a superstition. Then we feed the town bad coffee and stubbornness. And we keep our mouths, he said. And we keep our mouths, she repeated. She didn't kiss him. It would have fit the story too well. She touched his sleeve with 2 fingers and left. In his room, he lined the glasses upside down and didn't need them. He put the towel under the window and it stayed dry. He lay back and listened to nothing the way you listen to a lover breathing beside you for the first time and think, we might live. At 1:11 a.m., his phone buzzed exactly once. She's late, the message read. He sat up, heart a police siren. Who? A pause. Then, her reflection. He grabbed the tin, the tape, the towel, and ran. The subtraction fell into pace beside him like a tall dog learning a trick. At Marin's door, the peephole wore a wet eye. He pressed his palm to the wood and didn't knock. Mine, he said to the wood, to his ribs, to the night. Enough. The peephole blinked. The late reflection in the tiny brass circle caught up, meek as a child after a tantrum. The subtraction lifted its long hand behind him and, without arrogance, made the small, steady motion they'd taught a town and a thing that wanted them. Stay. From inside, her voice, clear, tired, amused at the correct thing. Come back in the morning. Hey you. Clinic hours. He rested his forehead to the door like a sinner and laughed once, quietly, like a man tipping the right god. Clinic hours, he said, and, for the first time in a decade, slept like someone who had work worth waking up for. Chapter 8, Countercurrent. They tried a Sunday. No agenda, no drills, no words on butcher paper. Doors open, ovens on, windows propped with wooden spoons that had learned both kitchens and battles. Ben cooked eggs like a man rebuilding a bridge. Liam stacked chairs in patterns that made sense to him and to no one else, and it didn't matter, because work is a sedative. Marin made coffee so weak it couldn't start fights, and so hot it forgave everything. Evan filled dents in the back step with a bag of gravel because he had learned he could make small things hold. The subtraction stood across the street and pretended it was a telephone pole until a crow landed on it and swore. It lifted that shy greeting and put it down like a person practicing thank you. You're fond of it, Marin said, handing him a mug that had been washed until the glaze gave up. I hate it in a way that's made me soft, he said. Same thing as fond, she said. Don't let it in. They walked a lazy circuit. School, church, pier left alone, the senior center with a closed for consent sign Marin had not authorized but secretly liked. The rule had multiplied. Chalk on curbs, tape on glass, printer paper in windows like departure boards for trains you decide not to take. We hold our names / we don't feed doors / we say enough / together. I expected more mockery, Evan said. We got some, she said, mostly from people who have never had to keep anything of their own. She tucked a loose strand behind her ear with a movement so practiced it looked choreographed. He cataloged it like a good thief. At noon, the tide behaved like a grown-up. The pier kept its railings. The flyer on the corkboard had curled itself into privacy, and nobody tried to recruit anybody. It felt like the town had learned a song to hum under its breath. At 12:07 a.m., the town remembered that songs don't save you. The alert didn't use phones first. It used the water tower. A low, bovine moan rolled down the hill and into people's teeth. Not a siren. A throat. In kitchens, water and glasses vibrated to a note you would not pick on purpose. In bathtubs, the level tipped a degree toward doors. In mirrors, a fog rose without bodies to make it. The words didn't come as text. They came as condensation. Shelter in name wrote itself on the inside of the bakery case in black letters that fog should not know. The diner's coffee urns breathed, do not feed doors back at it like a stubborn ant. On the bar's glass, the steam drew names are keys, and Last Light's cheap towel smudged it into something like same sky because towels can be poets in emergencies. Evan woke with his palms already on his ribs. Mine, enough. And the quiet confidence of a man who knew where the flour and the tape lived in 4 different buildings. He dressed and left the room before his cowardice could be clever. In the parking lot, the subtraction was waiting, tall, awkward, almost proud. "Stay," he said to it, conversational as a neighbor with a snowblower. It raised its hand and held the gesture until he passed, a patient usher. At Last Light, the peephole wore a dry eye. He knocked anyway. Marin opened still, buttoning a cuff, hair a map of sleep. "Clinic hours," she said, and he loved her for that joke being memory now. Then she tilted her head. "Do you hear it?"
He did.
The water tower or the town through it, or something that had practiced on glass and finally wanted altitude. The moan came in pulses like breath, say it, say, and stopped where mine lives if you let it. "We're going to school," she said. "I'll get Ben," he said. "You'll get towels," she said, and pointed with her chin at the walk-in as if to bless it. It purred responsibly. "We don't feed doors." The hallways at the high school had a different quiet, not the emptiness of weekends. The hush of a city under snow. Mirrors wore tape muzzles. Liam had positioned like a boy who had fought his reflection and finally won. In the theater, the seams shone like a well-behaved scar. They made rounds like priests who had learned to be electricians.
Flour, tape, palms, breath.
The alert used the intercom once, "Do not repeat names on air," and Evan laughed because this, at least, was an old line trying to be relevant. In the gym, the new scoreboard lit itself and held Home 00, Visitor 00, and Evan hated how much his heart liked the fairness of that. They stood by the trophy case with the butcher paper and listened to weather change mind. "I think the tower's just loud," Marin said. "We're fine." The word we landed in his spine like a rung on a ladder he dared to trust. He nodded and regretted nodding because the universe has a sense of theater. "Hey you," she said, and that was all the warning he got before the reflection problem came back like an old debt. Not in stainless. In her pupils. It was small. A lag of an instant in the wet mirror of eye to eye. He saw himself in her, and an old face doubled him for a blink. Rope hair lifted by a tide that wasn't here, a mouth mid-bowel. He did not flinch. He watched, counted like he did for kids. 1, 2, 3, 4, hold. It caught up. It tried again. It was learning a trick he hated. "Don't make a door," she said calmly, as if her body hadn't just been borrowed by glass. "Say it, so I don't have to." "Mine," he said. "Enough," she said. They made it through hour 1 with nothing worse than a faucet that wanted a surname and a paper towel dispenser that dispensed, and before a hand slapped it into obedience. At 1:26 a.m., someone knocked on the gym's exterior door. Polite. Knuckle. The way mothers who know where the spare key is knock. "Don't," Marin said, to the door, to her hand. The knock came again, and the very old urge to answer rose up, like a tide in the pelvis, moral and dumb. Evan put his palm on his ribs to busy his hand, and was surprised to feel it shaking.
"Say it," she said.
"Mine," he said. A voice came through the metal, threaded by the insulation and other people's names. Not Mare, not Marin.
"Teacher."
She laughed, honest, delighted, a woman watching a toddler try a new grift. "Nope," she said, gentler than mercy. "Get better at flattery." The voice changed tack.
"Hey you."
Evan breathed once. The voice didn't get smarter. It got patient.
"Hey you. Hey you. Hey you."
He pictured the small kids at clinic, the toddler yelling no with absolute joy. He borrowed the joy. "No," he said to the door with a grin he'd known. It felt correct in his teeth. Something turned in the hallway like a person rolling over in bed. The gym's light bumped, then held. They kept moving. By 3, the town had learned one more small grace. You could sleep and keep your name. The tower moaned less, bored or chastened. The water in glasses calmed to surface tension and stayed where it was asked. In the senior center, Cardigan woman dreamed herself younger, without paying for it in salt. In the diner, a waitress who turned decaf into a rumor for a living made real decaf because she had finally met a man who needed it. At 4, the subtraction took a step toward the school and stopped. It held that long hand a little higher than usual, as if asking permission to try a new word. Not yet, Evan said. It lowered the hand without sulking. What does it want? Marin asked, tired and fond. Fond the way you are for a mean dog that has decided you are its people. Us alive, he said, and hated how true it sounded. So, it has something to watch. Ghoulish, she said. But fandom is fandom. They slept in shifts in the nurse's office, where every cot creaks like a confession. Evan had the kind of dream you get when your nervous system has learned a tune. A town walking backward from a pier with their hands on their ribs, laugh crying. Not because they were saved, but because they had learned a refusal that could survive a Monday. He woke to coffee and a text.
Sophia.
Closed the house. Left your records by Ben. Didn't keep the ones with summer on them. You're welcome. He typed thank you and deleted it. He typed mine and deleted it. He sent good because small sentences are the cleanest. Ex-wife. Marin asked, hair in a braid that had already lost 3 negotiations. Efficient angel, he said. I like her, Marin said. She didn't tell me to fix you. She would hire you to supervise me, he said. Out of budget, she said, smiling. At 7, the alert stopped trying to be creative and reverted to its oldest trick. Phones buzzed awake. The screen on the gym scoreboard flickered. The tower groaned and gave them the sentence one more time like a teacher who believes in repetition. Shelter in name. People read it and, miracle, did the boring thing right. They put hands to ribs. They didn't open doors. They didn't perform weather. The town and the water tower looked at each other like 2 dogs who had finally negotiated how the yard worked. They called it. Clinic closed. Shift over. Be normal with intent. They walked out into a washed-out morning. The subtraction stood on the steps and, too formal to be funny and too funny to be ominous, bowed. Okay, Marin said to it, amused. You can have a cookie. I'll get you a towel, Evan told it. It straightened, sincerely flustered, and became a telephone pole again. They crossed to last light on legs that were not fully legs. Ben had arranged Sophia's box on the counter like he believed in altars now. Vinyl sleeves with clean edges. A folder with tax receipts labeled Summer in a hand that had never been his. On top, an old cassette labeled in pencil. Proof. He picked it up the way a man lifts a snake he recognizes. It was one of those tape mosaics people make when they want to believe their lives have a soundtrack. Car tape, save tape. The one he and Sophia had made when they thought cutting songs together meant you were a team. The one he and Anna had added to in one stupid afternoon when they drunk grocery store beer in a rental car and dared the sun to lower. Burn it, Marin said, no sweetness. I thought so, he said. After work, she said. We don't light fires before eggs. He tucked the tape in his jacket. He felt lighter for having something heavy. Outside, the subtraction leaned as if reading the label through the cloth. The day agreed to be day. He took measurements for a contractor who wanted to add an addition to a house that would betray it. Marin turned down a drunk before he got drunk. Liam learned how to count change without counting and glowed. Ben tried a new sauce, and everyone loved it and lied about why. At dusk, people left shells at the rail because ritual is hard to quit. The shells didn't spell. It felt like a truce you sign in pencil. After the dinner rush, they went to the alley with a coffee can and a book of matches. The subtraction hovered shyly at the mouth of the lane like a teenager who didn't want to ruin a private joke. Say the rule, Marin said, match poised. He did because this was the church he could tolerate. We hold our names. We don't feed doors. We say enough. Together. She lit the tape. plastic sang its ugly chemical song. The paper label charred. The pencil proof smudged into roof, and then oh, and then nothing. He felt a small, clean grief. It didn't make him want to drink. It made him want to sit and be held. He watched her mouth and didn't ask. "Clinic hours," she said softly, warning and promise. "Not tonight." "Copy," he said, and meant it so much it surprised him. They slept. The town slept. The subtraction stood at the corner like a tall grandfather clock keeping time for people who wanted to get better at it. At 12:07, something changed rules. He woke to the quiet and didn't understand what was wrong until he realized the wrong thing was the quiet.
No tower, no intercom, no fog script.
He lay there hearing only his own breath and the idiot joy of a motel fridge. He sat up. The window was dark in the earnest way darkness is when it isn't trying to scare you. His phone buzzed once. Open the door. His ribs lifted on reflex. He set his palm, counted. The old shiver didn't come. The text came again. "It's morning somewhere. Open the door." He stood, because men obey out of curiosity more than faith. He walked to the door and put his hand flat against it the way people do when they listen for war. On the other side, nothing.
No knock, no brace.
He opened it a crack and the subtraction's hand slid into the gap. Not long, not wrong. Human-sized, skin you could call a color if you wanted to get in trouble. It pressed 2 fingers to its own chest and, haltingly, signed the simplest sentence.
Me. Stay.
He looked up at the height and hated it and loved it for trying. "We taught you a trick," he said. "That doesn't make you a person." It tilted. The hand in the gap turned, palm up.
You.
Then, careful like a child spelling, it signed to the space behind him where the mirror on the dresser stood mouth wide in the dark. Her. "Clinic hours," Marin said from the hallway before sense or sin, sleepy, dangerous. She was in a sweatshirt, hair a braid attempting to behave, eyes awake in a way that said she knew the difference between a good and bad idea and was tired of both. He didn't ask how she knew. Of course she knew. The subtraction looked between them. The hand and the gap signed together with a clumsiness that made Evan's throat stupid. "Not your word to spend," Marin said. She put her palm to her ribs and said mine, and the mirror, bless it, taught it, bored it, stayed glass. The subtraction withdrew its hand without offense. It lifted both long arms, a gesture that might have once been a threat and had learned to be surrender. It stood there like a lighthouse showing an empty horizon and waited for weather. "Tomorrow," Marin said to it, to Evan, to the town, "we teach a new noun. We can't keep asking who and expecting the ocean to care. We need we to mean work, not romance." "That's not pretty," he said. "I hate pretty," she said, and he loved her in a way that would not save either of them. He shut the door. He did not lock it out of defiance. He latched it out of practicality. He lay down with his palms on his ribs and slept because he was boring, and being boring was a ceremony he had earned. Down the street, a gull tore a rule sign and gave up because glue is a doctrine. On the pier, the residue of candles refused to be scraped. In Sophia's rental 2 neighborhoods over, a pipe clanked and wrote nothing. In the senior center, a toddler woke and said no in a satisfied voice and rolled over like a small king. And in the mirror on Evan's dresser, a face pressed up without waking him, rope hair lifted, eyes bright with a very old question she had decided to stop asking and start waiting out. She watched him breathe. She practiced being late. She learned. Outside, the subtraction stood under a streetlight and lifted its long hand and held stay for the length of a prayer. Then it lowered its arm and waited for morning and whatever noun Marin meant to invent. Chapter 9, We Not Pretty. Morning came like it had plans. Marin texted at 7:02. "We clinic is now. Buddies, routes, mirrors, drains. No speeches." Evan replied, "Bring flour." "Bring you," she sent back, and he still didn't know what to do with that. They met at the senior center with a map sketched on a paper placemat. Streets like veins, excess where glass liked to talk, circles where drains remembered. Marin divided the town into 3s like a coach who had learned that small teams save more. Each trio got a towel, a roll of tape, a Sharpie with the rule on its side.
Buddy up, she said.
Pick someone you'll let see you ugly. We're not pretty today. No one laughed, not offended, relieved. Cardigan Woman took Liam and a fisherman with shoulders like pilings. Ben paired with the diner waitress who had retired decoff from rumor to fact. Peter stood back a beat and then chose a man his father would have called fancy. The man chose him back without checking for permission. Marin pointed at the list. We work corners first, she said. Corners hold old water. We cover mirrors where people forget themselves. Drains get a handshake, flower test, towel backstop. If something asks nicely, you say mine, and then you lie to it with your silence. And the pier? The Harbor Guild woman asked from the doorway, softer than last time, had in her hands in a way that meant she was trying. The pier is a noun we don't need today, Marin said. We're not on good terms. She's right, the woman said, to her surprise, and took a route with two teenagers who rolled their eyes and stood closer anyway. They went. It felt like a town learning a craft, not heroics, habits. Tape on corners, flower kiss on seams, towels folded into mittens for doorknobs that had tried talking once and might try again. Evan worked with Marin and Ben because he could not pretend to be furniture around her, and he didn't trust his hands without a witness. In a barber shop, they hung a sheet over the long mirror like a veil, and the barber cried and lied about it in the same breath. In the laundromat, they turned the last empty washers into drums with their palms until the metal remembered it was only metal. In the school, Liam taught a janitor how to tape an exit sign with the pedantry of someone who had nearly drowned and refused to take the class again. Sophia passed them on the sidewalk with a banker's box under her arm and a taped mirror peeking out at the top. She lifted her chin to Marin in a salute that had learned respect the hard way. Your rule is catching, she said. I heard two old men saying enough at a crossword. We don't deserve them, Marin said. You don't deserve you, Sophia countered, and walked on with her box and her breath she had taught to behave. By noon the sky had that color lifeguards don't trust. The tower stayed quiet, sullen. The subtraction waited where the map ended, tall, a question mark pretending to be a line. It raised its shy greeting and tried, clumsy. Together, the way a child tries a new word in the wrong tense. Work, not romance, Marin said to it. Help by watching us fail less. It lowered its hand like a student who'd meant well. They were at the diner, finishing the corner with a flourish of tape, when the first mistake arrived. A sink that had stayed good all morning sighed a syllable that turned three heads for different reasons. Mar, in the mouths of pipes, tempting not as music, but as relief. The waitress put her palm to her ribs and answered mine like an oath. Then shut the valve and opened it with a towel. Evan dusted the seam with flour and said, Don't, and for a second felt very much like a man reciting a prayer he had never joined. It held, the little mouth in the flour unpuckered, chastened. The subtraction across the street tilted, curious and not cruel. Last route, Marin said, not triumphant, tired. Community pool. We should salt it, Ben offered theological. Budget says salt is for fries, Marin said. We'll make it boring. She looked at Evan. You want to skip this one. I want to be anywhere you aren't when water is involved, he said. But I'm learning to disobey the part of me that is clever and a coward. She didn't blush. Clinic hours, she said under her breath, and they went. The pool was municipal and honest. Chain-link fence with a top bar that caught the skin if you misjudged. Cement that had been painted too many times in a color no ocean ever wore. The water sat clean and blue in a way that made Evan's jaw feel like a fist. Signs everywhere. NO diving, NO running, NO glass. No one had added NO names in plastic. Marin did it with Sharpie on a poster board, and Liam taped it like a temper. Drain first, Evan said. Main at the deep end. He went to his knees on the rough, grateful cement. He could see himself in the chrome of the drain cover, small and mean and resolved. The water over it did not ripple. He dusted the grate's edge, and the powder sat, prim, righteous. It would have been a good picture. He wished the world liked those. Shallow end, Marin said to Ben and Liam, sending them like healthy cells. We'll meet in the middle. He stayed. He watched the pipe mouth, waiting for the pucker. He waited long enough that stillness felt like a victory, and then hated himself for thinking that's how physics works. He didn't see the first wave. He heard the way the room changed its mind.
No es plus. No teatrix.
Just a pressure that made breath hard work for one long beat. In the shallow end, Liam swore, and then said mine as if mispronounced, and made perfect. Ben's towel slapped chrome. Marin said enough to something he couldn't see, and it listened the way dogs from good homes listen, confused, obedient. At his knee, the flower on the drain lip puckered in 5 neat valleys like fingers lightly touching from underneath. Don't, he told it, old religion. That's not a door. It made the smallest weight in a bubble he could have popped with his mouth, and he hated that he saw his own reflection saying please. He looked up to Marin and saw her reflection arrive a beat late in the pool's skin. Not a lag, a separation. 2 Marins, the one whose feet were on cement, who was talking a 15-year-old boy named Liam into holding his name, and another, in the water world, moving her mouth wrong, hands making signs she had never learned, hair and rope where rope doesn't belong. Don't look, he started, and that was wrong again because she looked by reflex, of course she did, and the Marin in the water looked back and smiled the kind of smile that is not for living people. She staggered. Not a fall, a step, small and wrong, toward the lip. She caught herself with the drunk grace of a woman who had learned to compensate for other people's gravity. Evan was already moving. He grabbed her at the bicep, the shoulder, a hold he'd practiced with care, and felt her muscles fight a story he couldn't hear. I'm here, he said, and meant the ugliest version of it. Keep talking, she said through her teeth. Mine, he said. Yours. Enough. Stay. He sounded like a man reciting a menu, and he sent the prayer anyway. I need ugly, she said. Not slogans. Okay, he said, and then the truth with no pretty in it. I ran because I liked my future more than I loved her. I would run now if I were alone. I am not alone. The Marin in the water tilted her head, interested, like the subtraction does when it learns a verb. The Marin under his hand breathed like a woman who had been pulled through ice and wanted to punch him for saving her. More, she said. He spoke his badness out where water could hear it. He said Sophia and the ledger. He said Anna and the wave and that very small thought he had never forgiven. I would like to be 40. He said he did not deserve anybody but wanted to work anyway. He said he hated towels and loved them. He said he had failed honestly and survived dishonestly, and he was trying to flip the posture. Something changed Axel. The Marin in the water looked bored. She turned her head, not to him, to something behind him. He felt it the way animals feel weather. The subtraction stepping onto the cement with too long caution, awkward, earnest, as if it had been invited and wanted to behave. It raised its hand. Not stay. A new gesture, crude. Both palms up, fingers loose. Give? Not yours to hold, he told it. It made the shape again and then, clumsy, together, which it didn't own and wanted. Marin steadied under his grip. Her reflection fought. The pool was a page someone had pressed too hard on. He could hear the deep drain begin to hum like a throat wanting to sing. Ben, he shouted. Main valve. Ben was already there, towel-wrapped hand on the wheel, turning with a grunt and a curse that rhymed with prayer. The hum dropped. The flower valleys on the grate smoothed like a mouth deciding not to speak. Marin's knees went. He took her weight stupidly pleased. Clinic hours, he said, to remind them where the edges were. We're over time, she said, and laughed like a person who had finished a run and hated every step. The Marin in the water backed away, annoyed. She shapes her mouth around a syllable, and he knew before she did what she would choose. And enough, Marin said first, and the water closed its mouth like a student told to try again. The subtraction lowered its hands, empty, and stood there like a human man waiting to be told if he had done the task correctly. He hated it again for the way it watched them in good faith it did not deserve. Tomorrow, Marin said, we argue with the city council about covering the pier in bad art. Ugly is harder to monetize. She leaned against him without using him, A contact you could miss if you weren't the kind of person who had once tried to turn a whole town into towels. And then we sleep with the mirror face down. He nodded and made his mouth nod a door. They were almost out when the deep end took its due. Not Marin. Not him. A boy in a varsity jacket who had come because the team had to log volunteer hours. He moved at the edge of Evan's vision, the wrong energy, the little forward lean of I want to be seen by a god, even if it eats me. His shoe squeaked. His ankle rolled. He grabbed for a rail, and the rail gave a half-inch, like a promise you can sue. Evan was moving before the sound of skin against concrete declared the stakes. He got there second. Marin got there first. She went into the shallow and like a person who had been trained in things the school had never listed on a job description. Angle right, elbow wrong, mouth closed. She reached the boy and his panic, which had already made a door of his name, and put her palm to his chest and said mine for him, because the clinic had taught that trick. The water tried. It tried with letters and with muscle, with old stories and new tools it had picked up in the mouths of drains. It tried to thread her reflection late, to catch her eye with half of a face. It tried to use Evan's name like a handle. It said wait and mar and the tiny what help that ruins good rules. They climbed out. They didn't look back. The subtraction stood with its hands up like surrender. Ben threw 2 towels and swore like a man who had decided to believe in something ugly. On the cement, Marin shook like a person in a joke about hypothermia and then didn't. She steadied. Her reflection in the wet around her stayed with her like a well-trained dog. She sat. He knelt. He put the towel around her shoulders like a man who has learned the limits of a gesture and makes it anyway. Clinic hours, she said again, but this time her voice wanted to be late. Tell me a pretty thing. I hate pretty, he said. Tell me anyway, she said, eyes closing as if prospective sleep were a negotiable treaty. He thought. He did the wrong thing and let himself want. You, he said, and stopped because the rest of the sentence would be a name and the town had taught him better. He tried again. We. Work, she added, smiling with the parts of her face that had been tired since she was born. Not romance. Both can be ugly, he said. Good, she said. I like ugly. They sat there for a count of somebody else's 10. The boy in the varsity jacket coughed and cried and said thank you to the world without choosing a person to owe. Ben threw a 3rd towel at nobody and hid a truth. They got up. They walked out because the trick wasn't saving people. The trick was leaving afterward without turning your mouth into a door. At the gate, the subtraction touched the chain link with 1 finger. Not long. Not wrong. It tapped 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4 hold. Looked embarrassed at having stolen their count, and went very still in a way that meant it was trying not to be pretty. Tomorrow, Marin said one more time. Council. Ugly art, Evan said. Ugly is safe, she said.
No reflections.
She glanced at the pool, and then at him. You don't drink tonight. Clinic hours, he said, surprised into obedience. Not a clinic, she said. A we. He did not kiss her, because the romance would write its own mouth. He walked home ungentle with tenderness, palms empty, breath doing the job he had taught it. The subtraction followed at the courteous distance of a student who has fallen in with a bad teacher and knows it. Back in his room, he faced the mirror down without being told. It tried nothing. He slept in the quiet afforded by work. The phone hummed at 2:07, a text with no sender. The council likes pretty. He typed, we'll teach them ugly. She'll be late came back. Then we'll wait her out, he wrote, and set the phone face down and put his palm on his ribs like a man learning to be boring on purpose. In the morning, the agenda would be gavel and microphones, water in the decorative fountain in the lobby practicing vowels. At night, something would ask the room if it was a door. Between those, a town would argue about art and safety and the price of refusing a beautiful death. Between those, Marin would look at him and be on time, or a beat behind. Between those, he would hold his name like a tool, and not like a spell, because spells break, tools repair. Outside, the subtraction stood at the end of the block and lifted its long hand and made the small, careful motion that had learned to be courtesy.
Stay.
Chapter 10, Low water, long work. City Hall had put on its best linoleum for the council meeting. Folding chairs, microphones with foam covers that smelled like other people's breath, a decorative fountain burbling in the lobby as if the building had decided to cosplay a spa. A framed aerial photo of the pier hung behind the dais, glossy enough to drown an inch of pride. The room was full of people who had learned the clinic words and were trying not to look like a cult. Cardigan woman sat front row with glitter nails and a thermos. Liam parked himself by the lobby fountain with a towel on his shoulder, like an EMT for bad water. Ben had a mason jar of flour he wouldn't let out of his hands, as if it were a saint. Marin stood beside the projector cart. No slides, just presents. Evan stood with her because we had teeth now. Agenda item 4. The council chair sighed, eyes as tired as the town. Pier memorial design. The render on the easel was pretty. That was the problem. Curved steel, mirror polished. Names laser etched, so you could see your face ghosting through the letters. A sculpture that collected wind like a vowel. The architect wore a black turtleneck in a town that had never asked clothes to participate. We ask, he said, showing his teeth the way grants demand, for a place where the town can see itself. No, Marin said, and the room flinched out of habit at the directness and then relaxed, as if a knot had loosened. She didn't touch the mic. She spoke like a person who had taught freshmen to keep their tools. We don't need mirrors. We need ugly.
Matte.
Rope, not rail. Rough wood, not steel. Plaques with names you have to touch to read. Nothing that writes itself back. The architect smiled the way city people do when they've been flown somewhere to be useful. With respect, aesthetics matter. So does not feeding doors, Marin said. She tilted her head at the fountain in the lobby. Liam lifted his towel like a priest blessing a leak. A councilman with a tie like a bruise leaned into his mic. Is this superstition? Yep, Cardigan woman said cheerfully from the front row. Like seatbelts. Evan stepped closer to the dais and didn't ask permission. We teach work, he said, not romance. The water knows the difference.
Pretty helps it eat.
Ugly bores it. The chair rubbed his forehead because this wasn't in Robert's rules. We can't approve burlap and rope. Burlap and rope save lives, Ben said, factual as inventory. The architect cleared his throat. A memorial should invite reflection. Invitations are what killed us, Marin said. She said it so evenly the line didn't feel like theater. We write a rule. We obey it. We build a shape the ocean doesn't want to read. The fountain burbled louder, offended. Water climbed its own chrome lip like ivy that had learned verbs. Liam slapped the towel over the spout and held it there, arms shaking theatrically. Cardigan woman rose without asking, took the other side, and the burble became a sulk. Item 5. The chair tried. Public comment. Sophia stood. She had no interest in microphones. I lived with a man who loved futures, she said level. He's trying different. I vote ugly. The room laughed and then didn't, because the fountain shivered again and the lobby windows fogged with handwriting. Shelter in name. On cue, half the room put hands to ribs. The other half followed like a second chorus. In the fountain steam, a second sentence scrawled itself, sly. Say your. Don't, Marin said, a hand up without looking behind her. The microphones coughed. Every phone in the room flickered to the lock screen by reflex and then, almost smug, stayed there because people had learned. The pier photo on the wall shimmered, just the gloss, just lighting, and then, brazen as a dare, wrote one name across the surface in condensation. Anna. No one breathed. Evan felt his ribs try to decide without him. He set his palm. The subtraction stood up at the back. No one had seen it sit, and raised its long hand, earnest as a child trying to help in a kitchen that doesn't need help. Not your word to spend, Marin told it, voice gentle and full of knives. She walked to the pier photo with the stride of a woman who knows linoleum and weather. She pressed her palm to the glass over the letters like she had at the bar door. Mine, she said, quiet. Enough. The name smeared. The glass looked like a mirror again, and then, because the room had standards now, like a picture. The architect stared at his shoes. The council chair stared at Marin as if she'd produced an ordinance from her sleeve. "We approve rope," he heard himself say. "Matte finish. Plaques you have to touch. No reflective metals." A murmur rolled through the room like relief finding purchase. Someone clapped and then apologized and then kept clapping. The vote took 22 seconds, and the town acted like it had lifted a car off a child, because that's what it felt like. After, the hallways let them out as if in gratitude. The subtraction stayed under the overhang in the drizzle like a tall stray, hands down, not trying a word. "You're late," Marin told her reflection in the glass of the door. It caught up, chastened. "Get better." "To the pier?" Evan asked. "We keep moving," she said. "We don't consecrate. We staple burlap and bore the god." They did. The Harbor Guild woman passed out rolls of heavy jute she'd found in a shed. Fishermen stood shoulder to shoulder with teenagers who had learned not to flinch, then hammered with the complicated joy of men who rarely get permission to hit things. Liam taped every shiny screw head until it looked like acne. Burlap ate the rail's gleam, drank fog, refused to give anything back but itch. Evan tied knots that would outlive him and hated that he felt holy. Marin moved among bodies with a clipboard and the stubborn grace of someone who knows how rules become muscle. He watched her reflection in the black windows of the bait shop. It lagged twice and caught up twice, and he accepted the tax as the price of living here. The ocean wrote weight in lace, and then unlearned the alphabet. At dusk, the memorial committee came by with their pretty in a truck and left with it still in a truck. The council chair shook Ben's hand. Sophia hugged Marin and Evan without making it look like Grace. Cardigan woman posted the rule again. Paper, tape, stubbornness, over a new sign that said project approved. Night found them in the alley behind last light with a box of screws and a plate of fries that had decided to be religion. The subtraction stood at the mouth of the alley and lifted its hand in the shy greeting like always. It didn't try together. It had learned that was not its noun. "Clinic hours," Marin said, teasing and permission in the same breath. "Tell me you're ugly again so I don't have to remember it for you." He did. Faster this time, like a man telling the same truth till it's just fact. She knotted each piece into place, like shelving. "And pretty?" she asked. "I'm not good at it," he said. "Liar," she said, amused. "Try." "You," he said, and stopped himself and tried again. "We. Work." "Better," she said, and then looked at the stainless in the kitchen window. Her reflection didn't lag. It didn't rush. It held with her. He took the risk he'd been avoiding because safety had made him soft and rules had made him brave. He reached for her hand. She let him have it. Warm. Human. Present. She didn't pull him closer. She didn't let go. It felt like a vow corrected into a verb. "This doesn't fix anything," she said. "I'm done fixing," he said. "I'm learning service." "You're learning boring," she said, satisfied. "Boring is holy." They stood there a long minute, hand in hand, not performing it. Above them, the bar sign hummed as if pleased to be electricity. Down the block, a gull laughed rudely, and then sounded almost like applause. At 12:07 a.m., the town listened for the alert the way you listen for old pain, and felt only a quiet with muscles. The tower didn't moan. The intercom didn't interrupt marriages it did known. In the motel, a mirror stayed a mirror. In the senior center, a toddler rolled over and said no in his sleep like a prince. On the pier, burlap itched and refused romance. The ocean tried to spell once and got bored. The subtraction did not go away. It stood at the end of the street and raised its hand and made the small, careful sign it owned now. Stay. It would always watch, ghoulish, faithful learning. You don't cure weather. You live with it. He walked Marin home. At her door, the peepholes stayed dry. Her reflection in the tiny brass circle arrived on time, like a student finally passing. She leaned her forehead to the wood, then to his, in the kind of closeness you learn in basement rooms where words have to earn their place. "Clinic hours," she said softly. "I don't have pretty for you tonight." "We," he said. "Work. Tomorrow." "Tomorrow," she echoed, and the word landed like a plank you test with your weight and decide to cross anyway. He stood under the streetlight and watched her go in and heard the small theater of locks that aren't fear, just practice. He put his palm to his ribs. He breathed. He felt the shape of the town inhale with him. Exhale, without asking permission. Back in his room, he faced the mirror down and then, stubborn, faced it up. It showed him, just him, tired, useful, not forgiven, not cursed, a man with tools and habits and a rule he could live inside without it becoming a creed that killed him. His phone lit once on the dresser. Proof received, the message read. He didn't reply. He put the phone face down and let the word be a receipt, not a threat. He slept, not like a hero, like a worker between shifts. In the morning, they would hang more burlap, argue with a contractor who wanted gloss, teach a fourth-grade class how to tape a mirror without turning into a superstition. He would take measurements for a porch that wouldn't collapse when it mattered. Marin would teach teenagers to say mine without apology. Sophia would drive to a city that believed in elevators and bodega coffee and text good when she passed the bridge. The dead would keep leaning into water and glass with their wants. He would see them. He would put his hand on his ribs.
He would not drink.
He would tell them no and enough and sometimes wait when the living needed the time. The subtraction would raise its hand. He would raise his back. Not a vow, an agreement. They did not get romance. They got a rule and the long work of keeping it. They got each other's sleeves to hold when a room turned and tried to be a door. They got a town learning boring on purpose. They got low water for now. They stayed.